hardest opponent yet remains. The ultimate battle of the brains. It's Fnatic and Sentinels yet again. A best of 5 to separate boys from men. And AEU Twitch chat, let the spam begin. And AEU, show me why you wanna win. Take it away. Chat, let the spam begin. And AEU, show me why you wanna win. And AEU, Twitch chat, let the spam begin. And AEU, show me why you wanna win.
It's the moment we've all been waiting for, an epic confrontation between two juggernaut teams to settle the score in Masters Reykjavik Grand Finals once and for all. My name is Golden Boy, and I'm your host live from the Riot Studios in Los Angeles. And I brought some friends with me as well to kick off this momentous occasion. We got Potter, Vansili, and my main man. We got the Mitch man here as well. It's a pleasure to have the three of you joining me here today. And we're all fanced up nicely, you know, all dressed up as well. And let's be honest, none of us could ever beat the talent of Average Jonas. So shout out to that guy. Check out his co-stream. He's an incredible human being. Love you, brother. All right, but let's just jump right into it because a lot went down yesterday and three teams.
Test. Hello guys, are you guys ready for the grand finale?
Yeah, it was insane.
Fnatic versus Sentinel guys, yeah.
I don't think I've seen him perform this well, especially considering what was on the line. And
Ba't kram biji mata menunggu dah? Fuck. Ini biji mata bisa kram ya.
Which was the second BO3, right? At the end of that marathon. But also
Suara Amang guys.
At the end of the day, he had 85
Pakai suara Amang.
compared to Durka's 87.
Amang dong.
Although Durka maybe outshined him a little bit to take that MVP towards the end of the day. The consistency shown by Magnum was unbelievable. He was also, versus Liquid, involved in the same number of open
NA versus AU ya guys, ya.
And considering he's a Sky/Sentinel, that's pretty damn impressive.
Are you guys ready for the big green finale?
Especially in those important clutch situations that we see a lot of in that clip, really shows that he's a player that can be underestimated at times.
Sentinel versus Fnatic Grand Final City Iceland. Ini dulu ngasih
versus New Turn. Given that Korea, they looked really strong. The Korean team looked fantastic, and even though Fnatic got the better of them,
botak ya guys ya.
hats off to New Turn.
MC-nya.
Definitely hats off. And you know, New Turn all weekend long, they absolutely showed that Korea can be a contender on that international stage.
Ini match kemarin guys, Newton lawan Fnatic. Tapi Newton jago juga loh. Lumayan lah.
Always led the charge on the stats side of things, but not only that, these guys
Mantap ini Newton juga Korea.
Through teamwork and prep, and they were also able to go toe to toe with the best of the best in the world on a mechanical level, and that's been the question, right? And so it's been just a character building experience for the entire squad altogether. And
gue dukung siapa ya, Fnatic atau Sentinel? Gue dukung yang menang aja kali ya.
So I just can't wait to see them here at the next LAN competing.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of talent in that region, Vansili, but you know, one player though that everyone has been talking about because there has been some confusion.
Gue dukung yang menang aja guys.
Solo as well, Van.
For sure, and at the same time, it was going to be so heartbreaking.
Okay, guys.
They got third place. They represented Korea. They put Korea be on the map for Masters 2.
Para
And
manusia
then suddenly at a
untuk
press
Daki kalau main
conference,
iya
it
cok
sounded
biarin
like
aja.
Solo said that it was his last game
ML udah dead
on
game,
LAN
jangan
on stage
dinontonin guys.
competitively. But thankfully, after the clarifications on Twitter from himself, from Slasher, then we know that he still has some fire.
ML dead game guys.
I'm happy to see that because I'm like, hey, if he wants to retire soon, let's at least wait until the end of the year because him and Perry
Apa itu ML?
Valorant, and I'd love to see them at least compete, hopefully, on the stage in Berlin.
Yeah, and I think the lesson we can learn here is, come on, Slasher, get it right the first time, dog. You know, that's really it. Anyway, messing around. But now, finals days means that the top 2 regions in the world are here to clash. It's North America versus Europe, Sentinels versus Fnatic, in a best of 5 series to be crowned the first ever VCT Global Champion. All roads led to this. Fnatic have looked outstanding, but Sentinels have remained.
Orang mana yang main North America sama Europe?
You know, look guys, they fought hard, Fnatic in that.
Dan finalnya North America versus Europe.
Rematch with Sentinels, and it feels like this time it's personal, right? Like they really want to get this dub. And the first match with Sentinels and Fnatic ended in 2-0. It was 13
Apa itu ML guys?
Now Mitch, let's break this down map by map. And
Game broken ML mah. Lupa cok, gua nggak boleh ngerokok. Kalau ngerokok harus mati webcam katanya. Jadi gua matiin dulu ya guys ya.
Yeah, it definitely was, right? 13-11. Almost swung the other way with the exception of a couple of rounds.
Live Dota kapan? Nggak tahu, tunggu anak-anak aja deh gua.
Based on what we saw there. The super interesting thing for me was that Durka on that map did not show up in nearly the way that we expect them to. On the next one, which we'll talk about in a bit, the op wasn't really a feature, but here Durka is usually very, very scary to play against, and yet he had a middling performance. It's funny, because we talk about a bad game for Durka, and it still looks better than a lot of players' average games. But the reality is this is such a key factor for Fnatic a lot of the time, and considering Sentinels shut him down, and Fnatic still managed to get up to those 11 rounds with some very close losses along the way, I think we have to be very fearful if an Icebox comes up early in the veto process.
Yeah, and then moving on to map 2, Potter, we went to Haven, and again, it was a similar story there as well. A close game that, it's 13-10, right? You can see in the final scoreboard, that was quite the matchup, and Durka even having a great game as well for this team.
He did have a great one on this one, but
Katanya kalau Tens menang mau pindah tim. Wah, kayaknya Sentinel nggak bisa beli Tens deh. Itu Cloud9 pasti jualnya gila-gilaan itu. Sentinel mah pasti dikuras duitnya. Itulah e-sport ya guys ya. Itulah e-sport ya guys ya. Sudah biasa. Dan pacarnya Salman pengisi bukan. Sharon mah pacarnya Itos. Dan su pacarnya yang itu Kiade itu loh.
And I think it's on that point that, or those points that Christine has brought up, that I feel
Beda-beda.
that Sentinel should be taking Haven as that first map. Like, I know that they're really good on Split. They're pretty much unstoppable on Split too, but I'd be weary of that pick because for Fnatic's side, we don't really know what they could come out with. The only footage that we have on Fnatic is that they played a triple duelist setup most recently against Team Rocket, and it did not look good. But we've seen from the interviews with Boaster, Pulse interview says that he has a lot of anti-strat sessions at the hotel room with Coach Mini, and I feel that they have something that might come out of like the ace under the sleeve that could potentially upset Sentinels on that first map if it's going to be on Split. And that pick for me is if they actually switch out the Reyna to like a Sky or a Breach, I feel
Cepat
that they
mulai.
have a utility that could actually overshadow and overpower the turtle setups that Sentinels actually have on that map.
Yeah, you know, maybe incorporating the like an initiator could possibly be the recipe for success here. And on the Sentinel side, Potter, a player who's been instrumental to this team's success has been Shazam. He's the player coach, captain, whatever you want to label him as, but he's Mr. Do-It-All of the squad. He's the hero we all deserve.
The Mr. Do-It-All, I think that perfectly describes Shazam. You know, we always talk about it. He's the in-game leader of the squad. He's responsible for setting the pace, setting the tone within the team, and he's doing a fantastic job. We always talk about his mind, but the balance that he provides for the squad with the contagious laugh, all all of it. It's all pluses. But take a look at his mechanics. Take a look at these highlights. He's more than capable to take over rounds, mechanically speaking, and provide insane multi-kills and turn things around for the squad.
Halo Yani, Yani tumben belum tidur. Kapan Indo bisa masuk ke juara dunia Valo? Kagak bakal bisa, Cok.
That's a luxury that a lot of teams do not have, but Sentinels they absolutely do.
Yeah, it's no doubt.
Skillnya jauh, skill capnya jauh banget kalau Indo sama luar mah. Jauh.
Whenever we talk about these stats, we like to compare players who play similar roles, but very rarely do we actually talk about
jauh guys, skill cap Indo sama luar itu jauh betul.
And I know in this instance, Sick and Durka has basically you have him in your sights here. Why is that?
Valorant, White Rift, Indo susah, Cok, kalau mau mendunia mah. Skill capnya terlalu jauh.
Was intense. It felt like every time Sick, who had just swapped off the Sova onto the Phoenix, he was trying to find a little bit of space for his team, whether it's attack or defender sided, and Durka would be there on the jet, taking that duel, dashing out, untradeable. We saw the run back from Sick.
Harus bisa bersaing di Asia dulu nggak sih? Lawan Thailand aja udah kotar-katir. Asia paling Thailand lah kalau FPS-nya, kalau gue bisa bilang. Thailand emang FPS-nya jago-jago ini. Dota masih bisa lah kalau Goom mah.
They didn't have a good enough spacing to trade it. They tried to play off the information, lost the duels to Mystic, and ultimately lost the round. And for me, the real highlight there was Durka. He dominated opening duels and just heads-up duels versus Sick, who was on the Phoenix. The ultimate didn't serve much. On the defender
Indo jago main game mobile aja. Nggak juga. Indo tuh lebih tepatnya jago kandang doang, guys.
I mean, we know that Haven could possibly come up. Vansili even highlighted that there's potential for Sentinels to pick it, and if they do, I don't want to see Phoenix come out again. It seems like Fnatic have got them figured out on that, and something like a Sage slotted in there instead, whether Sick would take the Sova back or take the Sage, it doesn't matter. Shazam could swap off to the other. Then I think I see a whole lot more that they can actually do with that agent if they decide to make a little bit of a change.
Yeah, it's so many questions heading into this matchup, guys, and we also want to hear from you. So get out there, use that hashtag Verizon 5G all chat. We'll feature your tweets throughout today's broadcast. So give us some spicy tweets, okay?
Spicy ya.
We'll bless you down here, you know. Also on Twitter, we had a poll at Valorant Esports.
Pelor badannya atletik semua jelas.
Win the Grandfinals, and you voted that Sentinels will be our champions by 71%.
Tiga negara Asia terkuat menurut gue siapa? Asia siapa? Thailand sih. Thailand.
Oh, this is a tough one for me. You know, I think
Thailand siapa lagi Asia ya?
As tournament goes on and each series that
Asia lupa gue. Apa sih Asia itu?
I still gotta stick with Sentinels. I think their information game, it is just too strong. They're always able to just push their opponents off those choke points, keep their opponents guessing, and at that point, they've got free reign. They can do whatever they want. I gotta stick with Sentinels here, Golden Boy.
All right, Vansili, what about for you, brother?
Di luar game PC lebih menang, guys. Kalau di Indo mah mau rakit PC aja mikir-mikir. Beli HP aja masih harus minta sama emak kan, jadi susah lah.
Alright, Mitch, the fans have spoken, your colleagues have spoken. Where are you going, man? What is your prediction?
Asia nggak tahu sih, FPS-nya gue taunya Thailand doang yang jago kalau FPS bisa Asia itu. Sisanya gue kurang merhatiin. Fans itu dari CSGO, iyalah semua player Valorant pasti dari CSGO semua ini. Banyak yang migrasi. Soalnya Valorant lebih lagi apa sih? Lagi kenceng-kencengnya kan. CSGO udah mulai redup. Dukung tim mana? Dukung tim yang menang gua. Lo dukung yang menang aja, guys. Sama sarung terapi apanya apa lagi? Cari aja di Tokped apa sih? Gue juga udah lupa namanya. Cari aja Ketik aja di Tokopedia sarung apa sih, sarung tangan terapi. Tapi kalau LOL masih kuat. Iya, LOL PC. LOL PC mah Korea the best. Beda game lah ya guys ya, FPS sama FPS tuh pasti NAIU lah paling megang kalau FPS. Udah nggak ada obat itu dua negara. FPS-nya dari dulu. Kalau Asia FPS-nya kayak kurang. Asia tuh otaknya otak MOBA. Bukan editor TikTok. Buset nih mah keren banget anjing videonya. Ini baru namanya editor berkelas ya guys ya. Jam berapa mainnya? Ini bentar lagi main kok, santai. Ini udah ini udah masuk ini nih. Masuk apa sih? Perkenalan tim nih.
We've been 2-0ing every single team so far.
Thanks. Check.
Feeling good.
I'm gagging for it, man. I want to take them down, bro. They've taken us down 2-0, but I'm coming back. I really want that win. I want that dub badly.
Sentinels are getting scarier every time they play on lane.
We're not going to be happy till we win the whole thing. The finals is going to be the hardest match.
This win will mean everything for not only me, but the boys, the team, the staff. It's electric. Our energy on the stage is definitely something else. We play for each
Becek guys
other,
kalau
we
lihat
for each
tense
other.
itu.
I feel like we just have 5 very well-rounded
Tapi
players.
gue nggak terlalu demen tense sih, gue lebih demen sama si Sik nih. Nah ini si Sik sama si Shazam. Soalnya tense mainnya cuma apa sih, individual fragger doang dia. Dia cuma ngefrag doang. Kalau Sik sama Shazam itu kayak team playnya mantep sih. Oh, udah mulai nih. Di Islandia jam berapa sih? Kok Islandia? Tipe solo player tense mah iya, dia kayak trigger doang di timnya. Kayak dia kayak tukang ngadu aim doang kalau maju. Itu jaketnya Sentinel bagus juga tuh yang putih.
Grandfinal between, of course, the European Titans, Fnatic versus North America's best.
Ya guys ya, perbedaan orang luar sama orang Indo guys. Kalau kalian lihat orang Indo kayak player-playernya harus ada off-white salah satu lah. Sepatunya harus salah satu, harus ada off-white. Harus ada yang branded lah. Kalau kalian lihat di sini ya mereka biasa-biasa aja ya. Stage-nya keren, oh jelas, idiot nih bos. bukan Muntong.
Still, they're going to be champions here today at the Valorant Masters
Dia lebih banyak duitnya guys daripada Muntong.
Finals, Dan. We're here finally. We have the map veto selection, or sorry, just the map selection is all 5 maps will be played. In this map,
Megang siapa? Megang yang menang gua pokoknya. Map pertama split. Buset. Ini BO5 ya. Map kedua ban. Oke. Ketiga harusnya Haven sih. Oh enggak, ini Haven Xbox.
Totally agree with you. So with you on all of that. I think that the stylistic
Icebox sama Ascian harusnya.
is incredibly interesting because it's the test of.
Oh nggak ada map band lagi ya kalau Grand Final ya.
Immense preparation, immense focus on the tactical and strategical elements. But
Di Grand Final nggak ada band mapnya guys. Keren juga. Soalnya BO5 ya. Kalau band map 1 kayak nggak bisa deh. Gue lupa guys. Salah pencet kan. Kalau lagi sempat kamera gue harus mati guys.
So I agree. This matchup has the making to really deliver. And if we look on the previous matchup, which we had the pleasure to cast.
Udah sudah boleh di-pick belum boleh, soalnya masih ngebug banyak mapnya. Mapnya masih banyak ngebug katanya. Jadi kagak dimainin. Mapnya cuma 5, iya lupa gue.
And those maps ended up 13-11 and 13-10. So if a team here can solidify those pistol rounds, it may tell a different story. Looking at Fnatic for pistol rounds there, they seem to drop them. Durka goes for the Marshall. They can still make magic happen. But from the pistol rounds, if Fnatic grabs those, I think we can see a much different game from them. Boaster says they're momentum-based. It's going to have to start at the beginning, you know?
Yeah, completely agree with that one too. You know, it is going to be, I think, a difficulty playing against Sentinels just because Sentinels do have that
Secret Lab mensponsori semua turnamennya. Iyalah. Ya iya dong, the best gaming chair in the world. Secret Lab.
We are going into the Prime Gaming Agent Select for map 1. So out of the gate here, Riv, is there anything that strikes you?
Yes! Tans is bringing out the Raze on Split. Oh my word, the last 8 runs for Sentinels had that being the Arena and the Jet. They were duelists.
Oh, Tansnya pakai res ya guys ya. Biasa kalau Tans pakai res sih sabun jadi.
Not running the triple duelist comp, they actually go for 4 util in a single duelist. So this is a complete switch.
Shazam pakai Z mulu sekarang dia.
The plays through challengers 2-1 here were, I think, 10 for Sentinels with a very high win rate and only 3 for Fnatic. So you can see why
Oke, saya sudah dimulai. BO berapa sih ini? BO5 kan?
But we have Sentinels and everybody hasn't been able to see what that boot camp was able to do. They feel like they can get the aggression and the advantage on Split to start with this being their pick.
And here we are, ladies and gents, Sentinels versus Fnatic here, map 1 of the best of 5 grand finals here at Masters 2 Reykjavik. And it is starting. Sentinels, what have they got to show us here?
Let's go, Tens!
Taking the initiative, but Fnatic,
tunjukkan eksistensimu.
because they're making a quick move, taking that A main control, right as Sentinels work their way through mid.
Sentinel nggak attack dulu ya guys ya. Oh Shazam, wah. Mati dong. Ya, timing. I think Sentinel win the pistol match. Pistol round, bro. Oke, 2-2. Let's go. 2v2, let's go. Nice. Let's go, Sentinel.
Double peek there real quick to get the finishing kill. Sentinels doing a quick top side strat up to the B heaven area, straight through the gut, up mid,
and then it was a late garage hit. It kind of it looked like they allowed Fnatic to think nothing else was happening there, and then you saw everybody from garage.
Sentinel for the win, guys.
So a bit of a read, delay, and then hit. Looks like they wanted B the whole time, and Fnatic almost coming up really nice there on the retake as they dove back into the
Fnatic.
they can grab it again. Durka is not going for the Marshall. But then again,
Fnatic more like
Yeah, once again we're getting this focus
apa ya? Dubnetic. Okay, okay.
Pressure this so much. Sentinels seem naturally also to just hold towards mid and be main for their default, even though they're playing an anti-eco right now. I think it will be something to focus on. Fnatic, you know, they will be picked off one by one here. They are just on
Sentinel sepertinya akan menggila Bung di sini.
The orb on a main, so that's a small victory. Frag would be nice.
Lari.
Yeah, making this round a little bit safer for
Lari
themselves.
botak.
As Dapper is able to see the rotation coming from more than one, they can assume that's where B Heaven is going to get the action. As Darkness just
Ini kepalanya DRK kalau muncul hilang nih. Hilang nih Dennis tuh kan. Buset, tense ya guys ya. Sudah mulai panas nih kayaknya Denny. Udah 84 kill ya, gila. Wih, shorty loh itu anjing. Wah, hoki banget itu, terus smoke dapat satu. Beuh. Itu guys, kalau main Valorant tuh kayak gitu guys. Aimnya kenceng bet dah. Gue belum bisa nembak kayak si Tens. Yang main negara apa? North America sama Europe. Waduh, siknya kepick cok. Win the bonus round please. It's a bonus round bro. Lego Sentinel.
What Sentinels can do now. Fnatic doing a great job of just holding, not giving any info. Quick Trailblazer out towards mid, and they hold it off. I love the positioning as well of all the Astra utility coming in from the side of Boaster, just making sure if they do lose ground of anything, right
tipis, dikit, Tens, dikit. Nah, itu. Iya, dikit.
Looks like it's going to be the execute on B.
Oh. Dikit, let's go. Wah, Tens. Wah. Terbang aja terus. Jalan 2 ya guys ya. Aduh, udahlah. Oke. Botak. Can you clutch this, Botak? Botak. Oh no. Wah, pusing kenapa lagi tuh anjing. Tersetun ya guys ya. Si Botak. Kasian banget cowok si Tens lagi terbang. Tim Indo nggak bakal bisa guys kalau ke mendunia mah susah. Skill capnya terlalu jauh kalau FPS. Buset. Tens di bos. Blinding. Blinding. Oke. Ya. Cuma dapat satu ya guys ya, Shazam ya. Oke, TNZ. Belakang. Ya ampun. Bad luck. Salah guess dia guys. Salah menebak. Winnable. 2v2. Oke, Magnum. Spectre. Wait.
Fnatic trying to pull this one back in their favor now. Magnum with the Spectre versus 2.
Buset, mantep banget itu double picknya anjing.
Sentinels players.
Lari.
That really does put Mystic in a difficult position.
30 seconds left.
Fnatic, or rather, sorry, Sentinels will make that movement towards that B site.
Mungkin abis ini Tens bakal di buyout sama Sentinel. Kayaknya Sentinel nggak bisa afford deh anjing. Nggak bakal bisa afford mah kalau Sentinel. Ya, lari.
He felt it for a second. This is going to be tough. Mystic's going to have a hell of a transfer here. If he does hit it, he might have the angle on one.
Double pick ya guys. Ya. Gitu guys kalau main Valorant.
Now for Sentinels, bit of a scrappy round there as they kind of let loose, and Fnatic noticed that. Instantly backed themselves out, knowing what would be next was that Raze ultimate. So really heady play. Instantly made distance after. They were like, whoa, wait, this is all a little too crazy.
Itu kalau orang Indo guys tadi guys, itu pasti dipisoin itu kayaknya. Kayaknya pasti dipisoin gitu. Emang Tens belum dibeli ya sama Sentinel? Enggak, dipinjemin doang. E-sport tuh keras guys. Kalau mau beli player itu pasti dijual mahal-mahalan, apalagi kalau udah menang turnamen gitu, beh. Kalau mau dilepas juga itu pasti kayak di Indo mah 1 miliar mah buat orang luar mah kecil. Kalau luar negeri paling 10-15 M lah satu player. Mereka digaji per bulan aja kayak udah 20 ribuan US. Itu kayak sebulan 20 ribu US itu 200 juta anjing per bulan. The fuck? Nice trade bro. What? Bisa dapat begitu? Ntar gangbang anjing.
I think that was the round of the entire tournament with the least vision kills.
Muntun eventnya 15 M mah kecil guys kalau buat orang luar. Terlalu enteng. 15 M. Gaji playernya aja udah berapa?
They even know. Like, I spammed 3. I used up all my luck, Dan.
Well, I'm curious if luck will change here for Fnatic. Got the operator in the hands of Durka. Now, the Boombot will get sent forward. There's lots of players in. Nice shot. There it is. What a response there. Down to 10 HP.
Buset, kenceng banget ini anjing AWP-nya.
And that's gonna burn the res. Still, you know, a good pick.
Kenapa nggak ke US aja bang main Valo? Buset, lu kira ke US murah anjing.
The upper areas here of the B site on those rafters, and Sentinels with that mid control, they can go anywhere. And
emang kalau di luar 15 M itu kayak player biasa atau emang player bintang? Player biasa aja udah 15 M guys. Kalau player bintangnya itu bisa lebih. Player bintang itu bisa kayak lebih 15 M gila satu playernya. Player biasa. Yang penting udah kayak apa sih tier. Mereka tuh pakai tier-tiernya mereka guys, kayak sama lah kayak yang di Indo. Ada tier-tiernya juga.
It's a possibility, but there is a lurk through mid as well. If they are to go back, they may walk straight into Boaster.
Nunggu White Rift serame lol PC. Pasti rame kalau di luar mah, tapi kalau di Indo jangan harap rame dah.
Used as well to find out all of the remaining positions of Fnatic, and the spike is planted, so that really does put Sentinels in a really good position.
Di Indo jangan harap rame dah White Rift.
All of these defenders are coming from on this retake.
Jangan terlalu berharap besar kalau di Indo rame. Kalau di luar negeri pasti rame. Kalau kayak di South Asia lain pasti rame guys.
Viper's Pit is not something they could really put to use in this. Remember, this was one of those rounds that we have guns being picked up here. use of it.
Bob, botak.
Oh my goodness, Mystic's doing a good job, but Shazam's got the position for the punish, and there's no time. That was a good effort though. Definitely got an extra kill or two than I did.
Lego Sentinel.
5-1 for Sentinels. They're still storming ahead at this point.
Kapan Babyy sih? Buset. Gua aja kagak main PB.
There for the side of Fnatic. That goes down. That was saved up. Like I said, we usually do Dirk on the Marshall. He didn't go for that. Fnatic wanted the operator. Got a great kill with it at the beginning of the round. And then Sentinels knew, all right, well, if they have an off, we can play alts. We can play with the Cosmic Divide and then hit something very close, very fast. Like, they got
Nggak bakal rame guys fight creep di Indo mah. Percaya sama gua dah.
Sheriffs, a Spectre there from Magnum. The alts are mounting, however, and Durka as well. He is just starting to come up with big plays. As he comes online, this is going to be a much, much closer match.
Yeah, that's a fantastic start. You've got that Blade Storm. Magnum is a Spectre. There's a couple of Sheriffs in the mix. This is very dangerous now for Sentinels.
Ombak selain Dota di negara luar kurang laris, iya. Betul sekali, betul. LOL PC aja mati di Indo. Waduh. Kalah kena Iko ya guys ya. Sentinel, oh my lord. Au, au. Oh, winnable. Sangat winnable.
I just love seeing the good play, Dan. Anybody can win this.
Very winnable. Okay, winnable. Botak. Let's go Botak.
For himself. Many have said it. They usually do not see this type of pressure, this type of potential out of Magnum, and he is firing on all cylinders for Fnatic. Come Masters Reiki.
Botak tuh anjing. Kena Iko ya guys ya, Sentinel. Waduh.
Yeah, such an important round to pick up. Really does change things in terms of momentum, and you can see Durka knows exactly what he has to do. That Blade Storm is like having almost a higher hero rifle on a round such as this, and you know, you've got to get that kill early. You've got to take the risk to do it, and that's another reason why Jet's so good as an agent. You have that dash, you can take extremely extended pushes, and with a weapon like that, like the Blade Storm, that's perfect.
Nice! Kalah sama Eko guys. Aduh, cat anjing.
And now as we move forward, there's a real chance for Fnatic to storm back into this one.
I love that nothing really stops Durka. You know what I mean? He'll have a round where he kind of gets hit up and he may have...
Aduh, kenapa deh technical pause anjing yang ada? Ilas. Technical pause di Valorant lama guys. Kemarin gue nonton sampai sejam technical pause-nya. Buset. Kalau lagi turnamen di stage gitu boleh ngerokok dulu nggak di bang? sebelum main rokok dulu lah. Kalau pas main lu sambil ngerokok mah nggak boleh. Mouse-nya dicium anjing. The fuck?
It would have been sick that was first up into heaven. And we actually saw him only slowly committing to things.
Bramlek.
Fully committing to something.
Technical pause euy. Bramlek. Anjing pialanya keren sih. Tapi piala Riot itu emang dari dulu keren-keren anjing. Emang G2 Esport mau bikin divisi What If. Waduh. Riot tuh gila guys, tenang aja, itu What If pasti mendunia guys. Tapi nggak bakal di Indo mendunianya.
I'm not sure if this was mentioned because we've talked so much about this Grandfinals now, you know, on and off camera. I'm not sure if we mentioned.
Dukung siapa? Dukung yang menang.
Just, you know, seeing the individuals of Fnatic in this matchup is going to be so extremely important, and Durka is chief of those individuals. We need to see him having great performances to make this truly competitive against Sentinels. And one extra element to add to all of this is that this is a grand final stage. This is to make history. Valorant is a game that is going to
favorite player siapa bang? Shroud.
and this is is a magical point.
FPS mah short gua.
Where we're at the first international.
Katanya BO5. Iya, BO5 ini 5 map soalnya.
Here will be remembered.
Yang 302 yang menang lah.
Valorant history until the end of time. You know, this is going to be etched into the tablets of Valorant history. So there's a lot of pressure on these players to perform for their regions, for themselves.
Sama tim Liquid juga, iya dong.
And so yeah, that.
Watri pasti mendunia guys, tenang aja.
Have to step up individually, and that kind of pressure makes it harder for individuals to perform. And in some cases, it makes it easier for the truly gifted.
Tim-tim Riot yang main di LoL PC pasti bikin tim White Rift-nya juga.
Say at one point, and you know, Sentinel's players have said it previously before at one point. There's nerves no matter what coming in here. You know, it's how fast you can shake those off. As we're in this tech pause, let's look at what split means to both teams here.
Technical paus lagi.
Set the story, because yes, Sentinels are ahead, but Sentinels do have a pretty decent attack rate.
Bramlik!
Bramlik! Also quite strong, but attack is where Fnatic loves to get their percentage in winning, get their advantage. So seeing them kind of falter a little bit on defense, 2 cents makes a bit of sense here. But once Fnatic gets onto attack, they're definitely going. Obviously, they have to get the ball back. I think though we're going to see that aggression that Fnatic were used to, as I was talking before, the round adaptation where they quickly switch depending on what's going on. A lot of times, Fnatic's strat will be search a site, Dirk attacks, they get info, and then they'll find the hit something. But they're so good when an ult pops up. Something else happens. To just quickly.
Pen mau nobar, pen.
It's really hard to see in the moment, so you VOD review them, but the in-the-moment decisions Fnatic makes on attack are one of the reasons they're such a strong team.
Valorant bakal awet gak di Indo? Ah, kagak lah. Kayaknya enggak deh. Gue nggak tahu sih. Soalnya peminat game PC di Indo tuh kurang. Soalnya mobile lebih praktis. Bramlik. Pikir sekarang panjang banget sih. Hah? Kenapa panjang banget sekarang? Apa sekarang panjang banget pen? Udah gede ya pen ya. Tapi follow lagi lumayan rame di Indo, apa ngikutin zaman. Tergantung lah ya guys ya.
Do too much with the early control that they get. They're trying to get early control of B main and A main, and A main seems pretty easy for Fnatic to get because Sentinels are not really defaulting out there at this point in time. But at the same time, Sentinels are playing so slow that Fnatic can't really rotate.
Males beli PC kali bang, bukan males beli PC. Nggak bisa beli PC. Bocil-bocil nggak bisa beli PC guys. Bisanya beli HP Oppo buat main Free Fire. Kalau nggak Free Fire ya Mobile Legends sama PUBG. Ya nggak pen. Kenapa miring-miring? Kenapa miring-miring? Pen mau nobar ya pen. Pen dukung siapa pen? Pen mau dukung siapa sini? Pen mau Fnatic atau Sentinel? Aku mau pilih veto. Udah tahu ya pen ya. Pen nggak tahu ya mau dukung siapa ya.
And figured out in the entire situation.
Ini garuk-garuk aja.
What is actually going down. So yeah, the slow play I think is really affecting that forward space that Fnatic is taking to just round out that thought. And Fnatic is kind of reconsidering if
apa duduk pemain jauh-jauh amat. Iyalah. Harus masih mengikuti aturan koronyong. Jadi jauh-jauh semua.
I forgot it now.
I want to say like 6'2" or something, 6'3". I'm with you there. Like I'm so like in the round by rounds that I'm not actually tuned into the score right now, but yeah, it's.
So I think
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, I will. Talking about the compositions, I think it was interesting to see Fnatic switch off. I think 100% of the people figured Fnatic would not go for the triple duelist composition. And looking back at challengers, you know, when they played it in the finals,
Kalau Valorant mobile ya, Valorant mobile meledak cok HP kalian, yakin gua.
So it wasn't that wild. So
Itu kalau Valorant mobile ada itu kena smoke 5 aja kayaknya meledak HP itu. Meledak cok. Iya nggak pen-pen.
That is it is a bit slower. So here we'll see if it works for them. They do get that split game first, chosen by Sentinels. They get their Bind next though. That man right there, lying back with a snarl, going to Bind next.
And just as a quick update as well for the recent.
Itu piala jadi portofolio laku nggak bang? Ya Allah, mana gua ngerti.
Issue with his mouse, so the match is anticipated to resume briefly. So stay with us here at the Grand Finals for Masters 2. And you know, we're talking about compositions and you know one.
Ini lah guys ya, technical pause ya guys ya.
That builds into the points we were making about Sentinels.
Nggak Valorant, nggak mole, nge-lag mulu. Bram lag. Itu Bram lagi di belakang lagi benerin yang botak tadi.
A map like Split presents more so than other maps. Raze is such a good agent in a lot of different scenarios, but particularly in the kind of close and medium ranges of Split. You can play a lot slower. You know, the showstopper is really good at clearing out corners and entering into these areas. The satchels as well, of course, you do really great breakthrough, but the boombot in terms of that early and mid round control is huge because it means that Tens can show a lot of presence without really having to really necessarily be there. And that exchange, I think, is strategically, you know, really plays into what we were discussing in terms of Sentinel's approach on the attack, which is just to play really slow, play for control, and to get a better exchange out of that utility.
Yeah, for Raze as well.
Bukan karena malas beli PC sih menurut gua, tapi ekonomi Indo. Nah, betul tuh. Betul sekali, betul.
Split is just a playground for her. Seems pretty cool that we do get her back.
Emang kalau TP gini playernya boleh berak nggak boleh. Nanya ya suka nggak pakai otak. Ya nggak pen-pen. Pen, order lo, Raja, Hutan. Udah pen bawa aja ya. Dia mencium bau ayam goyang katanya. Makanya giveaway PC bang. Buset. Nah, gue giveaway PC deh 3 juta biar bisa main Tetris doang. Isinya bisa main Tetris doang tuh yang 3 juta. Whereas before the strat for them was that Doma landing with his wall and Mystic just stays back. So they menunggu White Rift turn global. White Rift masuk global juga tim Indo nggak bakal ke global guys. Percaya dah sama gua. Kalau White Rift ntar tahun depan udah di planning ada kayak apa sih? Kayak MPL-nya gitu, jadi kayak ada CE terus CE qualifier terus ke globalnya. Nah, CE-nya paling yang megang itu Filipina, Thailand, Singapura. Tuh kan, wah udah kalau udah dikasih iklan-iklan gini, ini lama nih technical pause-nya anjing. Bang ikutin Icon series gak kagak. Ya di Indo boring banget cok gameplaynya.
So we didn't have long to practice with the two new teammates. However, we just kept beating and winning hopefully we're gonna take the trophy here as
WTF RRQ itu bukan dari Indo, enggak. WTF RRQ cuma di Filipina.
that people haven't seen before, so we like to keep it
Player Filipina semua.
like when we come into these games.
Soalnya RRQ tahu kalau WTF di Indo nggak bakal maju.
And have them try and react on the fly and like try and catch them with their pants down essentially. You got Durka, who could be seen as the best player in
Berarti kayak TI ya sistem WTF. Iyalah. Kalau yang global kan pasti sistemnya gitu semua sekarang. Kayak qualifier per negara, terus baru ke itunya ke apa sih sedaerahnya lah gitu. Terus di seleksi lagi kan biar nggak terlalu banyak bukan slot. Nonton yang di Twitch apa YouTube? Di Twitch gua. Nah, udah nih, udah siap perang nih. Sebenua maksudnya. Nah, itu dia. Sulaiman sama Whisking ikut crossing white tape bang, siapa tahu juara. Dibantai malah emang.
They will, and the firepower they added there, you know, Monster was talking about a few, was Magnum and Durka that joined a few days before qualifiers. So they've literally been able to slot into the team. It was like a double tens.
Terbantai-bantai guys.
There, and both these teams saw that trajectory after a change all the way through Masters to dominating teams, powerhouse squads, and able to do it in different ways without teams figuring them out. And I think that's also one of the impressive things is at the end of the tournament, you are still being fresh. You're still not allowing your opponents to do enough homework to shut you down. And a lot of this game so far has come down to firepower. We haven't really seen the utility attacks too much as we're just getting into our first round of Ultimates. They're going to be coming up for people.
Leaderboard White Trip ada kemungkinan di Directive Esport gak kok? Wah, ada dong, pasti. Sentinel pernah juara dunia Fortnite ya? Oh, nggak tahu sih gue. TI megang siapa? Nggak tahu sih. OG lagi turun-turun banget soalnya. Jadi tiap putar Fernanda, welcome.
Sentinels to win and for Fnatic to lose. So
menurutmu Dota oke bisa. Ini kan lagi nonton Valorant ya guys ya. Kenapa ngomongin game lain?
So I think having even like a competitive scoreline, they're going to feel very good even if they drop this map Fnatic because they know that they have the
Bang kalau live gini udah izin apa? Memang boleh dilakukan. Harus ada izinnya guys. Kalau gua kan ada izinnya. Jadi aman.
Really is. Just the world thanks Monster for being Monster.
Yeah.
Aman. Fnatic oke bisa masuk TI tahun ini enggak? Pasti masuk lah, dia kan banyak qualifier kalau di luar itu. Qualifier mereka banyak banget dari daerah-daerah gitu. Kayak misalnya ada satu player dari Sweden atau satu player dari pokok tiap negara itu ada slotnya gitu loh. Jadi dia bisa masukin ke qualifier mana aja.
It's really cool to see that personality straight from the get-go. And
izinnya lu yang minta apa dikasih gitu. Soalnya gue main Valorant sama White Trip kan jadi dikasih sama Rio gitu. Soalnya gue nggak ada kontrak eksklusif sama sekali kan sama game lain. Jadi aman.
It's so amazing. I love it. And then you have Shazam and Boaster with that underlying IGL.
Tim Indo yang kemungkinan bisa ngimbangin mereka siapa? Gak ada. Gak ada.
Goes from duelist to support. Of course he loses. Come on. You can't just duelist 3 times in a row and then go for support, man.
Kok gitu banget makanannya? Hei, mau kasih makan kuli ya? Banyak banget.
Udah habis, kok nggak habis? Saya akan mengambil
Pula, gimana mau motong ayamnya?
Salah?
one of those things about, I mean, you know, we've wanted LAN for a long time, and you know, it's actually really funny. I think so. Oh god, it's been so long now, but I used to reference when we would have any tech issues on LAN. I'd reference this speech that Tasteless used to make many years ago.
Kalau di kontrak Riot untuk live main White League, enggak, gue nggak mau eksklusif kontrak itu, males gue. Kalau banyak tuntutan soalnya. Bang, kalau orang buat ngikutin season TI kayak yang pakai point, enggak sih, nggak pakai point sih, belum kayaknya.
Lihat tuh, lihat.
Ngapa?
But these damn peripherals forgot how to work. They haven't been used on LAN in so long. Keyboard's like, what is this atmosphere? No, but yeah, I hear you. It's true. It's true. There's a lot of moving pieces and a lot of
kelamaan di marinate kan.
behind the scenes that continues to keep that working flawlessly. Because it's usually easy to forget that it's working flawlessly when it is. Looking at some of these, talk about Durka being a huge focus.
Ngelek, gak tau si Bram lagi ngapain.
Once they're moving and they adapt mid round, I think one of the things we also have to look at for Sentinels here, we're going to be tossing to AD, but maybe
Jam 5 lagi dong keluar.
unless they have their own is, you know, Sentinels upper bracket has allowed them to go through without showing split or ascent, and they have kind of what's going to happen on these maps. So that is too good map for Sentinels. AD, take it away with this hot segue.
Nailed it. Truly nailed it. So sorry about that, DDK and Riv. I had to get my smoke in order, so that was why it just took too long for you to get the note. You know, just had to squat it, and you know what the deal is. You know what I'm alluding to, everyone. Anyway, I'm a grown man making that kind of a joke on a broadcast. Anyway, so we are a few rounds in to this matchup, Ventilli, and it's clear that we're seeing some agent switch-ups on both sides. We are getting interesting compositions. That's always a fun thing to talk about here. And we're also getting interesting ways on how Fnatic, in particular on the defense, are playing their composition to try and counter Sentinels. What else have you picked up so far?
Yeah, what actually I love about it for Fnatic is, yes, they've been studying Sentinels. They want to try to figure out a way how they get anti-strat Sentinels at the beginning. And pulling out the Sky and the Viper, I think is already very good looking at this map on split. Off the rip, you're looking at the pistol round. They throw the Viper wall out towards the A choke and already try to flash and get early presence. So already for Fnatic at that point, they already want to set the pace. They want to set the tone. So I love the fact that it looked a little bit jittery when they were, but overall, in terms of how they prepared strategic-wise, it looked really good. Because when you're thinking about Sentinels, for example, Dapper is always going to be the one that's going to lure towards the A side. So to be able to have like more bodies here towards the A side, play a little bit more close on that choke at the A orb as well, is a good way to just try to get him out of the equation that fast. But I feel that Sentinels at the same time has a different plan too, because a couple of these rounds, when you're putting these bodies for Fnatic on the A side, well, Dapper is working towards middle. Dapper is actually working towards B. So the condition off the get-go, just from past footage of how they play the game, was a great start for them to get all these rounds on the attacker side too.
To bring you in on that, right? I know, like, you have been commentating these boys for a while now, Fnatic, and there has been this discussion regarding split. Well, you know, they're not really supposed to win split anyway because of X, Y, and Z reasons. But it does feel like Fnatic, you know, as they should, have entered this grand final with the mindset of, no, we have put in some work onto this. We know that there's a plan that we want to try and execute on. It just so happens making that game plan a little hard to push forward with that, you know, given what we've seen from the composition so far.
Malam-malam ya guys ya, makan nasi kuning.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think it's one of the things we expect from Fnatic though. They innovate a lot. They've managed to constantly come in. It's a 5-map pool. Realistically, you should always be able to add depth in.
Yeah, that's right. Well, folks, I did get word that we are ready to go back into the game. So let's send it over to Rivington and DK to walk us through the action.
Thank you very much. Here we go
Kok gini sih station tuh mulai lagi.
You're just joining us. This is
Tahun
the
berapa sih
grand
nggak ya?
finals of Masters 2
8.
Reykjavik. Europe versus North America.
Tahun 8
North
udah ya.
America versus Europe.
Yeah.
We'll find out soon who is going to be first on the pecking order there as we get to the conclusion of this. But Riv, we're back in.
Salah pencet ya guys.
so much money in the bank if they were to lose this one. The reset, Durka would be about $1,900 strong.
Valorant tuh boleh sama gitu ya hero-nya.
Iyalah.
Keren kayak Mobile Legends.
That's an interesting choice. You know, what do you do against this Viper's Pit if you're Sentinels right now? That's the question. Sam, that is a dirty peek there onto Durka. Oh my goodness, Durka was just pulling off of the angle. The timing couldn't have been better for Shazam for that opening pick. And that's a huge win given the Viper's Pit that's on A right now.
Well, the thing is, they throw that Viper's Pit down, and you're almost guaranteed to have somebody walk over to Shazam in mid. They're not going to fully commit towards
timing
They're
dia.
already kind of dictating how the map is going to work from that side of Fnatic.
Dia kena timing ya guys ya.
Shazam hits that shot as they come across, so Fnatic able to dictate it, but Shazam says, I'll get that first shot anyways.
Yeah, nice pick of the camera there, and Sentinels now looking to barrel through B main, find their way into that site. Fnatic are up on B heaven at the moment, trying to do what they can to defend this. The suck there on 10s, almost getting him in trouble. Magnum going close, Magnum's in trouble, it's going to fight ahead of Shazam. No trade able to be had there behind the wall. Sentinels still though, winning the sites, doing the damage they need to, but Magnum still has some site control himself here for Fnatic. Still with the swing and another win from Magnum. How is he causing so many issues here? Sentinels, they're really stuck at the back of the site with not too many much to work with.
Okay.
With Shazam there on the knives, able to take down Magnum finally. The Sentinels are closing the distance. But now it's on Sig to try to save
Gak bisa banget dengar plastik dikit langsung lari.
Ya.
Wow, what a beautiful hole. Magnum is a beast.
Bukannya tisu, pancake mau tisu.
What a fantastic round. Magnum there as well got a little one way that he
Si botak menang banyak ya, si botak. Si Magnum.
Pressure. Because as soon as Magnum started getting kills and there'd be a call out from Sentinels, you almost have to figure out where Magnum would be at that time. And then Magnum again hides. And then he creates presence and he hides. But he's hiding basically in plain sight right around the corner. So he created so much pressure there. Bolster and Doma here able to finish the round. Fnatic played that so smart. It was actually a chess game inside.
Itu monitornya udah kayak mau nempel hidung. Mana gimana ya? Tapi orang yang main FPS tuh emang monitornya deket-deket semua tau. Sampai nempel hidung gini. Wop! Wop!
And there's nobody here. It's a free site, but
Wop!
can Durka hold on?
Hampir mati.
Great damage there.
Ya, mati juga si Derek.
Forward and it's a trade back and forth, 4v4 on the post plant.
It gets a little bit quiet here for a moment as we can see Fnatic trying to coordinate all three screens pretty much. Magnum will come through on the lonesome out of heaven, but the rest through elbow. Sick is ready with the Sheriff, takes down Boaster, and he's optimistic now to try to get that trade. The flash comes in though, and Sick is still alive. Backside, the flashes keep on coming, but so does Sick with that Sheriff. Pulls out the Phantom now, looking for the next battle. Out comes the Sheriff. This is so much for Sick. He's trying to get around to the spike. Magnum has just enough time on the defuse. Fnatic pick it up. Great retake from them to bring it to 4 against Sentinel's 5.
Fnatic's retakes here are so much stronger we're seeing this time around. I'm recalling Haven where they were having a bit of trouble continuously getting into each site, then holding. The post plants are just really theirs this time. 4 to 5, and they are starting to find their groove now. The rounds they needed allow Durka and the rest of the team to continue to buy full util here after a bit of a mishap. So here, these rounds are big. Remember, we said Fnatic's probably going to get most of the rounds on attack, so it is great that they can start picking these up.
Oh, wow.
Whoop.
Pick very early on him. Now, the question is, what is the response from Fnatic? You can't really take a loss that early on lying down, but I mean, 10 seconds, what's the issue? Goes to actually kill with a showstopper. What is the Doma?
Mati juga dia.
3v3, Magnum's holding on to B Heaven. Sentinels might want to try to reset the situation here, especially after that neural attack. We might see Sentinels slow this one down, but Shazam's still pressing, and he will find the kill.
The double neural theft, the one actually played off of the blips there. You can see how it became the upper hand for
Safe.
And now Durka looking to save this.
Sayang operatornya, Cok.
Should be money still for Fnatic, depending on how much they win in icon and utility from round to round if they had to rebuy. It could just be a sheriff round for them again. But it is going to bring us up to round 11 after this one. 5-4 so far. And again, we got a round for round. And this is what happened last time, Dan, is in Icebox and Haven, when we got these maps between these two teams. The previous maps, it was round for round, 13-11 and 13-10 were your scores. And I think we're going to get very similar.
Yeah, definitely. This is a great matchup, and this is, it honestly
Very.
feels like a pretty good start for both teams at the moment. Again, just recognizing that this should on paper be a stronger map for Sentinels. Sentinels on paper should be winning this one. And the series is going to be close, even with that happening. And if we get an opening, that's how he's able to get the pick onto Mystic. Beautiful dash up drop timing. And look how quickly Sentinels also just moved after that pick. They definitely didn't want any time for Fnatic to regroup there.
Always this A wall. Mystic stays true to that. Sure the A retake.
Magnum menggila guys.
Trying to slow down if they are
Wah, ada Judge Master nih kayaknya nih. Magnum pakai Judge sih guys ya.
They say trap the vent area. We want to be able to focus on sites 3-2.
Si botak pakai Judge.
Don't want to worry about mid until something happens there. So they've kind of left that open to strengthen the sites a little bit more on the side of Fnatic's defense now.
And I have
Yang jago yang mana?
Fnatic are doing right now, they're just holding B main. They can give up B heaven completely.
Yep.
And if there was a rotation back to B main for Sentinels, Dirk is going to get picked with the operator. So this is a really cool adaptation from Fnatic, a mix-up. And Sentinels might not be ready for this.
I mean, it allows them to info deny more. And this is what we talked about before, as we said, this is where Fnatic wanted to grab space. Well, now they can allow the space they don't have to just rest. They don't have to worry and feel like they aren't getting a return on the information they're getting. So now it is up to Sentinels to make the next move. This is where Sentinels would be getting information in the previous rounds. Now they're forced to walk forward. They do get a wall, so they're stopping their tracks. That's not really much info, or they put up a wall, I should say. So you will get a reaction there from Fnatic.
They heard Durka shoot in B main as well, so they cut noise. I think they want Durka to rotate, but in they go through to B main now. After that long delay, Sentinels trying to move Fnatic from position. This position right now. Boaster drops down into Dapper. He's got basically no time to plant this spike.
No time.
Up here, up the rope. I mean, he might have just enough time here, but they are going to spring on top of it.
Have to peek shoot.
Dapper find a way to make this one work. We'll put him out of his misery. And Fnatic will clinch the round. Beautiful hold from them. Didn't bite that long delay from Sentinels.
Yep. Really great. And
Dapat 3 booster di sini, gila.
Like roaster. This guy just roasting everybody that comes around. 5 at that spot, down to 1 HP, gets 3. And I love the way that Fnatic played the final kill against Dapper as he came around. If both of them peek, that's the collab, that's the lineup. Except Mystic was like, you peek, Magnum, you have a judge, go do that, that's cool, fine. And they play it that way. Fnatic goes ahead, grabs up whatever rifles they can, feeling even better now as they start a bit of a bankroll here and possibly tie up the first half versus Sentinels.
Cage up there will get Sentinels looking to shove all in, it would appear, towards this cosmic divide comes through, and Sentinels looking to get some.
Itu layar deket banget sama udah wajar sih.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to provoke a reaction and try to get kills.
Pemain FPS harus deket-deket semua guys monitornya.
Interestingly, there's 2 players on the site here, and Mystic's somewhat alone in heaven, so there might be the opportunity to spring onto that position and take heaven control. And then things will get very weird. Then Sentinels would have the option to rotate through mid.
So the cosmic divide is down. Durka opens up on Shazam for the jet on jet. And 45 seconds left in this round means A is most likely going to be the full commit here. And Fnatic is absolutely ready for it. Already set up, sees the stars coming through. Here comes Shazam, it's going to be the 5v5.
Oh, and he actually pops the knives as well, Shazam.
Pop. Oh, dapat bah.
Damage takes down Doma, and 6 also able to get rid of Mystic from A Heaven, so this is a good effort right now from Sentinels. They're pulling ahead in this one. Fnatic are struggling. It's down to Boaster, and he is not going to be able to deny the plant of the spike. This is a very difficult position for Boaster. Sentinels not with the greatest economy going into this round.
Sentinel masih bisa menang tuh kalau gitu gila.
But in this 1v3, he needs to be totally on top of every single shot. And Sentinels are disciplined and methodical.
Look at, you hear the jump in the back? Little distraction jumps. Playing mind games over there. I mean, it's not much of a round for Fnatic to try and grab that. I mean, they're not going to be able to, rather. It would be very tough. Boaster would have to hit all one tap. So, Sentinel is just jumping around to give him something extra to think about.
Ini round terakhir.
So, you see there,
Bilang 12.
as well are ready to initiate with something that heavy, just to take a position, just to read how their opponents will move. Cosmic Divides faded before the fight take even happened on both sides.
13 duluan.
Ramp, understanding
Skornya.
and then after you get that information, then running your execution for the side. Sentinels Fnatic 5 here to Sentinel 7 as we get to the second half. What a first half by both teams. Easily could have been a 6-6 as we just saw, and we'll see how this works out. A bit of a default here from the side of Fnatic as they start off.
And war going up immediately there. It'll take a while to deal with those pistols. Sick slowing things down, and this is a win for Fnatic early on. Sick burning all of this Sage util. Very quiet here as we have Fnatic slowly ambling their way
Gila,
up.
ini kena air loh namanya.
Boys are out, so they have full control over what would be vent side now. They can decide to hang out here. Only 3 towards mid though. You can see how much.
Ini yang menang pistol udah pasti menang guys.
Sentinels loves to push, or at least have one push. You still have Boaster on one side, Doma all the way on the other. So the intention there is to try and read Sentinel's aggression here right off the rip. And it doesn't look like they're going to give too much. Info denial pretty much from both sides here towards the middle of the round with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's going to have to be that B push coming through now here for Fnatic. Surely,
Hey!
you know they're going to fake it.
Whoop!
Sentinels are pretty ready for this. They have 3 players. Or 3 players ready on the side to defend.
Sedot. Ya, kena sedot.
Wop.
Terus ya. We lost. Sentinel, let's go. Nah, udah guys, udah fix Sentinel menang guys.
Can't find the finish they were looking for, and this is what we talked about earlier, Rip, too. You know, Sentinels are so good at playing passively on their defense. Yeah. It's very difficult to play against.
Man FF di anjing.
Literally shooting on point when the next shot could come back up, hitting it just before finding.
Si Sik tadi main FF ya guys ya. Loncat-loncat nembak.
Wow, that was something else from Sik. Quick slow, strat shut down, and he just says, "I'm throwing it out anyways." So they know they'll have to figure out if it's going to be the Sheriff and regular save. They do hear a few Sheriffs out there, DDK, so Tens, well, he tries to figure out more of what's going on. It's going to be the util combo. Nobody, shot in the face, almost fell prey to a paint shell there.
Yeah, another reason, you know, we know that Braze is so good, just paint shells.
Okay.
Pushing people back or middle.
A bit.
I mean, there is quite a trade to split. It needs some paint. Here we go, we're going on to A. Let's see what Fnatic have.
Zom's there, elbow. Actually in a somewhat scary position.
Lend
him a hand though. And looks like it'll be cleaned up quite effectively here. 2 players lost. That's actually, I think.
Yeah.
Boaster.
Great job.
A 3rd frag found from Boaster. Sakura. Classic. But yeah, we'll take him down. But 3 kills, I think, that's more than you could have expected from Fnatic.
That's a big hit
That.
over on the side of Sentinels, especially the way they like to play, trying to get Shazam an op, possibly. Maybe he won't here. I think Shazam shies from the op, as we see it a bit on the defensive side. We did see him do it on offense, but maybe they'll answer back-to-back here. So he goes for the judge,
Kenapa?
which makes me think he may have it up in the near future with going light buy-ish now to keep this for a few rounds if they can.
Fnatic going quick here towards the site. The spray from Zomb is damn good.
Wah anjing, spray gitu dapat 2.
Those Astra stars, so
Wah,
being very effective here for Sentinel.
anjing hoki betul.
Sam's lurking with a judge. This
Wah.
is very difficult, if I have to say, for Fnatic. They're getting pulled apart. Player here.
Kena timing si Tenden.
Able to find a couple kills. Mystic also chimes through. Mystic has just made himself a 1v2.
Kena timingnya guys ya.
Quite doable. With minutes to play with, he could, in theory, walk all the way
Si
back.
Tens kena timingnya guys ya.
Is a possibility here. Without the
Mystic
crossbow.
He's spiced up a few rounds, honestly. If you remember his icebox round, the pistol he clutched, the double pistol, and then defused. He is great in these tight situations. It's usually we're watching somebody else on the team like Durka or Doma or
Whoop,
Magnum
whoop.
kind of flying around.
Whoop.
But the Quiet Viper, the info grabber here,
Whoop.
Phantom
Whoop.
in hand,
Whoop.
definitely able to make this play as Mystic loves these kind of things.
30 seconds.
Yeah, using the orb to suggest that he's actually using the orb as a fake. And so Sentinel's been flying it.
Wop wop. Tipis-tipis boleh kali, tipis-tipis. Wah, wah.
Down possibly.
Wah.
Not the right timing, but Zomb's gonna have that better timing. Zomb's Mystic. I think Mystic
Timingnya
played
jelek
that
sekali,
extremely well.
Bung.
It will be the 10th round on the board here for Sentinels. A mere 3 away from taking map 1. Expected map for Sentinels to bag it at the beginning of this best of 5 finals against Fnatic.
Tumben nih si Zom mainnya bagus. Biasa dia paling bottom frag mulu, Cok, si Zom sini.
Recap those maps out of Challengers 2 all the way through. Split was played 10 times by Sentinels with a great win rate on that, and only 3 times by Fnatic. So teams have practiced it and they've got themselves rounded. It's much different in the stage game. You're seeing the comfortability of those 10 plays, of the consistent competitive testing that Sentinels was able to get here. Going through 10 to 5 now, as you said, Dan, and we're going to see another A strat coming now
Wop, wop,
out of Fnatic.
wop, wop.
Yeah, very fast push there up.
Anjing, mantep banget tuh
Pressuring
kombonya.
Heaven, taking that away
Wah.
from Sentinels. Boaster.
Udah kan, baru dibilangin sabun dia
Zom's
udah.
here, so they have side control. Oh, Shazam sprays through the poison orb. That's going to slow down the spike bomb. Sentinels being held at bay by this poison orb.
Lari, sik.
Just enough to get that one.
Wop, wop, Magnum nih. Posisi mantap nih. Ya.
That's a good start there from Magnum indeed.
Wow.
Nice Viper hit. What do they have? Can they throw a cam in there? If it's up, cam's not up for him, so we won't be able to use it just yet. It's kind of have to be the run and gun. Tens does have 2 blast packs and the judge if he wants to fly in. They find the right the high walls of Valorant allow you to just kind of draw your cursor down the wall.
Mistake, mistake. Wop, tens, wop, wop. Oke. Oke. Ah, bilos. Kalah kena Iko lagi ya guys ya. 2 kali, Cok. Sentinel kena Iko kalah.
He got the kill on Dapper, and that's Fnatic with the 6th round now, and that's a really impressive round to win.
Doma's Sheriff is something else. Oh my word. He continues to come up with this. Magnum as well with the sneaky sneak. Says, hello, thank you. Gets a peek once. And says, nah, you don't even get a second chance. Another headshot. Wow. Doma wins that round for the team. That was absolutely huge for Fnatic.
Mapnya siapa ini? Sentinel yang pick map sih harus. Soalnya Sentinel di split jago banget, Cok.
Fnatic won that round, and look what it's done to Sentinels. They're down to pistols here. It's just a bunch of sheriffs themselves and a frenzy. So we'll have to see if they can somehow thrifty this one. Shazam does have the Blade Storm. Knives out. Still looking for the kill. You'd want to see Shazam do what Durka did in the first half. Find that aggressive pick, dash away. That's what he's looking for.
Oke. Tinggal 1 ya guys ya. Pisaunya tinggal 1 guys.
So intense, Shazam.
They don't want to give him the gimme that back.
Everything.
Boaster says, push me. They're ready. So Boaster's saying, okay, we're going with Shazam in mid. Everybody rotate deep back spawn all the way through where Magnum has been
Kalau
grabbing.
facecam hilang gue lagi sebat ya guys
No
ya.
nothing, might have heard those stars go down. You can see Divide gets put up towards the left side. This triggers would be a B executed. Now they're about to hit A, and it's only going to be Zombs.
Lari! Oh, wow.
Perfectly. Still 44 though, still a plant here coming through for Fnatic. Still Shazam, one single knife isn't able to get extra with it. That's the question. And refresh those knives. If so, there's a real opportunity here for sure. With that jet, trying to get that info.
Like it. This is where all those days of watching Shazam in the range doing jumping 360 headshots with knives come into play right here.
Just needs that one frag. Oh! Did as well. The dash comes through. He's going to whip. Doesn't matter.
Oh!
Shazam!
What? Really? Really, belakang? What the fuck?
He's making this one work. It's down to Sick now, but there's so little time here to get this defuse. Sick's going to get the kill.
Lari! Yow!
Oh, how does he do it? How does he do it?
I don't know, but that's one of my favorite things about a round of Valorant is two teams can win. I think Shazam won there for himself and Fnatic won the round. Damn, it's so fun to watch these games, DDK.
Gila cok, Shazam
Awesome
coy.
play all around. Fnatic, however, brings
Hampir aja nge-clutchin timnya sih.
to make this a punch-for-punch first map split. 10-7 as they close that gap.
Hampir.
Rounds have been Fnatic's.
Tadi si Shazam hampir menyelamatkan roundnya tapi gagal ya guys ya.
Yeah, what Shazam did there ruined the economy of Fnatic. If Fnatic lose this round now, they're down to a save, so and that would have Sentinels effectively on 12 rounds. So that huge round here. An early Trailblazer actually sent through to B there for that information, so to suggest to Sentinels that there might be some aggression towards B. There's actually 2 players on B anchoring it, and only one on B heaven, so no mid really at all here for Fnatic. Sorry, for Sentinels, I should say.
Right. Slowly walking it out, making sure nobody comes down at least. That's about it. They will start to push up slightly. Want to grab a little vent control to make sure the rotation is theirs. Also, being pushed this far up as well, excuse me, for Zombs, you get a lot of info, little audio steps, people leaving A heaven. It means a lot more. You don't always have to be shooting people. Your positioning on a map can just deliver you so much information. Now you also have Dapper in this situation, a vent, and they're waiting to get this play. Shazam gets himself out and found out. He's going to be opping on that defensive side with the operator though. Said he might shy away from it, but nope.
That's delaying so much. Those smokes, you can't really push those smokes. And they're going to have to go towards A here to try to sell this. So fake to at least try to make the entrance to be easier. And it might actually be the case here. Fnatic are going to get themselves across, but maybe Sick can deny the plant. There's no time here. There's no time. They've got to try to plant this one. The trade does come through.
Oh, they're going to get it.
Deny Sick. And indeed, with half a second remaining, they pick it up. And now Sentinels have to retake, but they do have this upper position. From Boaster. Could be everything.
Wah, Boaster bisa dapat banyak nih. Si Boaster nih. Nah, whoop. Oh my god.
One more player to go, and he can just try to pressure here. And then comes his
Oh my god.
And then that leaves it on Dapper.
Well pelet sekali. Well pelet sekali dari Boaster di situ ya guys ya.
Was that round 18? Round 18? That I am keeping that in my head. Holy Fnatic. Literally in between Sentinels in their own defensive strategy. Look at Doma. What is this? That was orchestrated perfectly by Fnatic to just be waltzing around Sentinel's defense, and they're still wondering what's going on. That is Fnatic turned on. The momentum is there. Let's see what they got here coming into round 19.
Yeah, we talked about how losing that round for Fnatic would break their economy. Well, the reverse has happened. Fnatic have broken Sentinel's economy really. They're stuck on pretty tacky weapons, except Dapper, who does have the best gun. Of course, in the shot. That said, we'll see if he's able to use it, because Fnatic, what you want to see from them is teams at all really should have anti-eco, anti-force buying strategy that is specifically designed to deal with buys like this. So you maximize your own strength with the rifles and the superior utility and armor, and you minimize the strengths of your opponents, which is usually the numbers or playing close angles. Like, these are the spots where they're going to get kills. So see Fnatic now looking to close towards the other side, but that is actually where the most defenders are at this point.
Viper wall off-site for what they want to do. Activating the smoke over on B currently. That's what Boaster just did. Activated the Heaven smoke as well as they hit A with all those Astra Stars, and now Shazam's gonna start them off.
Nggak dapat senjatanya, cok. Wah. Winnable. Sentinel. Dapat ada res. Wop. Timing. Ow. Ya.
Still takes down Sig. Does not care about Dapper's cam shenanigans, and it's all up to Dapper, and he does not have the tool for the job.
Sisik nggak nyadar, cok, di situ. Padahal udah difotoin sama si Diaper itu.
Absolutely, and this is what we said before. Boaster said it. I repeated what he said.
Comeback Israel, guys.
Based team, and you can actually look at it off the play we just watched. They run around the backside. Sick goes. He got hit with momentum. Yeah, they darted out a Fnatic player, but Fnatic knew exactly where the rest of the rebuttal would be for Sentinels, that they could run through the defense, and that momentum is giving them the agency to continue to control these rounds. Is it shut down though? Shazam with one shot. Durga comes in, takes out. Is it another? Yes.
Dapat dua, cok. Waduh. Oleng udah nih, oleng. Sentinel oleng, guys. Kapal oleng, kapten. Kapal oleng, kapten.
It will just be Dapper left standing there now. Zoms replaces 6th position, perhaps.
Kapal oleng, kapten.
But again, there's so many Fnatic players here. Spike now just being planted. Dome is going to hit everything.
Whoop.
And Zoms will get traded out. Fnatic. It seems like
10-9 ya, guys ya. Dari 10-5, sekarang 10-10, buset.
They're hitting Sentinels with the 2,900 buy loss right now. So Sentinels are kind of straight buys together. They can't really capitalize on any cash other than 200 credits they're putting in their pockets like Zoms did.
Kelihatan moncong operatornya tadi.
This is when Fnatic knows, this is when Boaster knows he can start stretching you even more thin, or even thinner, I should say, in this situation.
Sentinel oleng, kapten.
Agency to one side, Sentinels is going to react a little harder, bite a little more, and Boaster and the squad are being able to use that rotation. Perfect. Fingers are out for
Sentinel
this
oleng, guys.
Themselves little bits of advantage.
Yeah, such quick space you can gain with the Seekers going in front of you there, and Fnatic once again running the same play here. Durka charging his way forward. Not too much here for Sentinels to defend this one, as they are now stuck outside of the sites. They've been locked out. And Fnatic holds the key. Spike now free to be planted. Shazam's been spotted on the flank. Magnus going to be very cautious. He doesn't go down here and give up that Phantom. It's almost better to stay alive and just keep Shazam on that frenzy than risk the engagement. Oh, wow. A little alcove there. The Doma. At Viper's Pit, too. They are trying to lock this in.
Remember what I said about Icebox? Is that they will use Cosmic Divide and Viper's
Waduh, tercumbek ya, guys ya.
lockdown things. They love
Sentinel.
run up to the site and just slam it down. Cosmic Divide goes up.
Sentinel kena star syndrome, guys. Tercumbek dia. Anjing lagi disedot gitu bisa bunuh orang loh.
A tried and true Fnatic love there, and they successfully grab another round with it.
And now Fnatic are in the lead. And we are coming toward the final rounds, the final moments of map 1 in this best of 5.
What are you doing, Sentinel?
Doesn't seem like Sentinels
Hello?
can stop it. Their defense is just falling apart each time. The ground, so it's Fnatic gaining this ground now. In a game where Sentinels wants to try and info deny, the ground they're giving up means Fnatic is on the front doorstep when they're starting the attack. And that has not been an adaptation Sentinels has changed to just yet. Fnatic saying thank you so much for taking the room. Here again, anchoring towards A with the spike for Fnatic. And we'll see if they can get some info here. It is a bit of a stack towards A, so we'll see if this plays in Sentinel's favor.
Yeah, you get Sentinels trying to mind
Whoop.
game.
Oke.
Here, just as you say, Sentinels gets that kill in mid, but
Akhirnya Tens bisa membunuh orang ya guys ya. Aduh, aduh, wah, wah, wow, wow. Udah kayak Buset, Tens ngamuk guys. Tens marah guys. Marah dia anjing.
Fully commit to the A site. They're going to try to rotate, but it's going to be a fake. And it has to be because Viper couldn't be with them. Mystic couldn't, with the spike, be with them. So they have to sell this one by getting kills.
Sig and Dapper have not moved. Sights are being anchored on both sides. Fnatic is paying.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh my god, a great
The
shot
fuck?
to Shazam as the poison orb comes up.
Whoop. Au. Ya, gak kena, cok.
There might be a few magical elements coming together here for Fnatic, but
Oke, oke. Winnable. 2 lawan 1. Oke. Nice. Tens mengamuk ya tadi ya guys ya.
I haven't seen much from Zoms this game, but you know when he's tucked into the back of a site, he's good for 2, he's good for 3.
Oke, halo. Buset, kayak tipis banget gitu, bisa ngeliat loh mereka kayak kelihatan dikit langsung ditembak aja. Kalau gua mah kelihatan dikit nggak kelihatan malah.
Until Sentinels was able to stop the bleeding right there, they bring it back into their favor, but the bankroll from Fnatic is there to the end of the game. It does not matter.
Mereka kayak kelihatan dikit langsung ditembak aja. Tajam juga matanya.
And it's a very slow pace here from Fnatic in this.
Ngeri guys, matanya guys.
Medium paces, they're just showing absolutely nothing. Oh, Shazam though.
Miss though.
Peak at the right time, doesn't land the shot, and Fnatic now have that delayed mail control.
Whoop, whoop,
Whoop.
whoop.
Yes, Tens wants to get out. They just shot for Shazam there to pull towards Tens because they don't think the operator's going to come out of fence. What a play by Sentinels. It is Fnatic in the site already, but here comes Tens.
Oh, they don't have any idea about Tens' position. He's going to take the trace through from Magnum, but it's up to Shazam. Backside!
Astagfirullah.
Pushes forward.
Okay.
Shazam can't make it work. On the second right click. It's up to Dapper almost to hold this one off. Beautiful shot.
Sit. No, sit, Mystic, sit.
Itu dia.
Okay. Sit.
Wah, nggak dapet cowok spraynya.
12 rounds. Fnatic could be in on an upset in this first map. Again, I can't really emphasize it enough. This is a map that on paper you would expect Fnatic not to be winning, and it didn't look like they would.
Terjadi overtime di sini guys.
It was all Sentinels, but right at the end, it's looking like Fnatic are ready to close this one down.
Apakah akan terjadi overtime di sini guys?
Because this will basically flop what the map choices look like. This was supposed to be an almost surefire map for Sentinels. With the way they came in, how many times it was played, the practice they would have had, and that boot camp for Fnatic.
Wah, kalah sih kayak gini. Sentinel map pertama. Gak bisa full buy juga Sentinel ini.
That's one of the things that makes us so excited across the board to watch this team.
Whoop, whoop.
The minds behind the team.
Shazam, whoop, whoop. Timing.
Here we have
Okay.
possible game point for Fnatic. No real ground has been gained just yet, and Sentinels still have spike down. As Durka has fallen.
Yeah, Durka's been having a rough game of split so far.
Akankah terjadi OT di sini guys? Whoop, whoop. Tens, wait. Timing. Ping. Now. Oke, astagfirullah. Winnable. 5 lawan 3. Oke. Ya. Nggak jadi menang dong Sentinel kayak gini. Oke. Ada res, ada res. Oke.
Sentinel's looking to bring this one to an overtime.
Wah.
Doma, maybe he can still deny it. He has the spike. There's the bait.
Oke, OT ya guys di sini guys.
This grand finals is overtime.
Anjing baru match pertama udah OT loh.
Frags across the board.
Ngeri kali.
Look it up there. I think you got 2 triple doubles. I would be on the side of, I think Fnatic is on the left side there on the scoreboard again.
Ngeri ya guys ya. Pecah palanya.
Right now. You see the end of this round coming through. So, break it down now to the overtime rounds. Everybody's gonna have full util, full guns. We'll see if we get the naked off in there. That's just the first of the off. You're not gonna get anything else.
Buset, parah tuh. Itu guys, itu baru namanya the real taunting guys.
Coming out, we see the Phantom being favored with few Vandals in hand.
Let's go.
Eagles are here. The Viper wall's over towards A. Fnatic is on defense. Start our overtime round with Sentinels on attack.
And be careful, the dash comes through. Grandfinal will be expended there. That was there to try to catch any aggression. Duck is able to escape. It's just an early victory here, or man control for the Sentinels in this round as they force Duck away. But Duck is rotating through to B Heaven, playing B stairs currently. And Sentinels, you know, there's a lot that they can do here. They can pressure ropes. They can try to take B Heaven.
Timing. Tense. Pecah palanya anjing. Tense nih bos. Bukan kaleng-kaleng. Oke. Wah. Waduh, buta cok. Ya. Oke. Sentinel menang ya guys ya. Satu lagi. Apakah Magnum bisa nge-clutch? Beuh.
You gotta say his name again, Magnum. What stat line so far? What a last few days of play. And honestly, really showing why he belongs up here at this caliber of play. It's been something else from him. And on the Sentinels, on the things that aren't really able to get utility.
Let's go Sentinel, let's go. Let's go Sentinel.
13 to 12, game point now.
Defend nih, map defend nih, map defend nih.
Towards that B side. Anchors on mid and at A.
Yeah, and I really love the ice orbs. I just love how they around it would slow down Fnatic's aggression there. They would have to use a little bit more utility because when the ice orb is up, those defenders could be in more forward positions. So you have to. It's a very full of poker.
Yuk bisa yuk, Sentinel yuk. 1-0 yuk. Kasih tahu dah yang kerat-kerat. Bob. Ini dia nih, Oke.
Look at this, 1 minute predicted. Slow or possibly to the right side. And they know there's a decent amount of commitment coming towards this A. Spike, however, has back to B. Zig goes down as he holds the same spot, and Durka uses that to his advantage.
He's just, look at those reactions. Those are Azuma reactions right there.
Gila kali flagnya anjing. Bob. Dia pair nih. Nah, dia pair nih. Halo? Tembak. Halo, itu crosshairnya. Ih, crosshairnya. Anjing. No time sih harusnya. Kalau nggak digas, no time. Sentinel menang map pertama ya guys ya. Sentinel map pertama ya guys ya. Let's go. Kalau facecam gue hilang, gue lagi sempet guys.
So hungry, that is not going to be able to happen again from Sentinels.
GG Sentinel.
setting the game.
Satu,
I feel like if there were more
Sen
rounds to go
satu.
on overtime there, Fnatic were just going to pull away enough to take the game. But the game was so close, punch for punch,
Kosong
rounds came back.
Fnatic.
You can see the discussion going on. I mean, they're not mad, they're not angry, but it is one of the first times we've
GG guys ya, Sentinel guys.
instantly discussing what they were going over.
Yeah, and honestly, that is the best possible way to lose a map in this grand final, because you're playing it against Sentinels, definitely a team that can be leveled up by individual confidence.
Gila cok. Tense on fire last match.
That's going to be the best case in terms of keeping their confidence in check and making sure that you as a team feel like you have the confidence. Now, if we look at that game as well, Durka struggled to have the impact that normally you would want to see from him on Fnatic, but his
Si
team's
Tense
got
mengamuk ya guys ya.
keeping that competitive. So, with that said, with map 1 going in favor of Sentinels, we're stepping away for a short break. When we come back, Fnatic fight back for the trophy. See you after this.
Sasan sih boleh-boleh tauntingnya tadi yoi. Itu baru taunting guys. Kalau di Indo mah tauntingnya recall anjing. Coba kalau dimulai lagi main gitu, nah kalian track-trackin aja sambil berdiri-berdiri gitu kan. Start claiming today. Buset, mouse-nya HyperX nih. Pulse Fire Haze. Ah jelek cok. Break 2 menit ya guys ya, 3 menit.
Indonesia.
Break 3 menit dulu guys. Show us your team previewing setup and examine for master race Javik using for master for chance to be a feature on the process. Wow. Nggak bikin mic check apaan? Ngapain gue bikin mic check? The fuck bro. Itu kalau kalah dibully, iyalah. Netizen Indo kan the best guys. The worst number 4 in the world ya guys ya. Netizen Indo guys. Masuk peringkat 4 di dunia. Di sosmed. Bentar ya guys ya, gue sempat lagi guys sambil break. Salah cok. Maaf.
Hand. No, hand. Good girl. Satu lagi hand. Pancake. Sit. Hand. Hand.
Pen, smell my feet.
Pepen, sit. Sit. Iya, ada apa tuh? Lihat tuh apa tuh? Di kuda.
Pen, smell my feet.
Gak boleh ah. Pepen, kak, go. Itu lagi pecah tulang tau gak ya? Aku tau yang bikin perutnya kencang apa? Dokut. Ini perutnya kencang lagi. Yeay, dibilangin gak percaya, lu pegang aja perutnya. Itu jemur ya, cebol.
White Rift abis update baru main. Iya, gue lagi nunggu updatean barunya, baru gue mainin lagi.
Sampai tumben sih baru kali minggu udah bau anjing. Biasanya masih wangi. Kan baru mandi kemarin, kok udah bau banget. Siapa Bu Haji? Bang bang bang, cimpang cimpang bang bang, cimplang cimplang bang.
For Mental Health Awareness Month, Riot Games partnered with the Public Good Project, a public health nonprofit, to design a free mental health advocacy guide for content creators, streamers, and moderators in North America. The guide provides resources, tips, and information from top
In
mental
North
health
America ya guys ya.
guide conversations around mental health. It's available for anyone who wants to support their viewers, fans, and friends who may be struggling with mental health conditions. Head on over to riotgames.com/mental health to learn more. Welcome back, everyone, to the studio.
Slash mental health.
I was looking at the script real fast, and then Sentinel's kind of Sentinels. You hear me? Sentinel's kind of like gave up the script, and then Fnatic was like, "No, we want to rewrite the script." So I'm kind of glad that this is the situation that we find ourselves in. Sentinels take map 1, and the script is fine in this first best of 5 series. Now, Ben Silly, we'll take a look at our Prime Gaming map highlights here, but what a way to kick off the grand finals! My goodness, I'm all hot and bothered.
Golden Boy, Potter, Mitchman, there's no better way you could start this off. Kick things off in the grand finals of Masters 2. An overtime map on map number 1, and this was off how good Fnatic looked here on the attacking side. I did want to mention that on that intro before we got into that map. Bringing out of the sky, what can they do? Can they keep the jet? And I think they used that perfectly. The way that you actually had the sky flashes to come out to enable Durka to just run not only behind Trailblazers, flashes, and the Seekers, but it enabled him to also create that space, get the first bloods when they could on the attacker side, and also allow the rest of Fnatic to really move in together right after that. So I think they played a perfect attacker side too, but there has been a lot of highlight plays for Sentinels to be able to pull that off. I think they lost a bit of that drive whenever they had that tech pause, and Fnatic just took advantage of that and just ran with it. So you have to be careful with Art right now, right? It's been a sweaty first map. It's been stressful for Sentinels, where it's a map they're supposed to win quite easily, but now you get into map 2, where it's technically Fnatic's playground.
Yeah, and it's very clear that Fnatic are in the heads of Sentinels here, because everyone said we joke about the script or whatever, but you know, conventional.
Kalau turnamen lainnya harus dekat gitu kah? Enggak, tergantung player itu guys.
Fairly handedly, given the results that we've seen in the past.
Player FPS emang itu apa? Monitornya dekat-dekat semua.
A decisive Sentinels victory. Instead, it goes down to OT. They're struggling to pull up the win. They do so in the end. That's what matters for those guys. They get one on the board, but Mitch, one player who we talked about in the pre-shows having the best day ever, and his day seems to just keep getting better. Despite the loss, Magnum is still putting in the work.
Yeah, Magnum's able to put up some serious figures here, and what was interesting, the kind of switch up, I mentioned that versus Team Liquid, he actually was tied up in opening duels, I think it was 12, with Durka. This time around, not so much. It's like the mid to late round where Magnum really reaches his peak, and that was when he was flanking them out and just harassing the back lines. It felt like if you push down the B side on the attack, you'll face Magnum, you'll lose a lot of players. But when Fnatic swapped to the attack side, you could not figure out where this guy was going to be. He just had so many impactful mid-rounds and trades. I really enjoyed watching him play, but the big concern for me was Durka didn't really show up, and I mentioned, yeah, the attack side, you can have those kind of weaker performances statistically as a Jet, but on the defense, he was not winning duels, and that needs to change coming into Bind.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And what makes that challenge that much more difficult for
Apa nggak sakit cuma oh mereka udah biasa guys. FPS monitor deket-deket mah udah biasa.
The easy frag, if you will.
Yeah, exactly, and we know how good all of these players are, but take a look at Shazam's positioning. He was in the ropes area, he sniffed out a potential collapse coming his way, and instead of going for the easy eco kills, he dashes away, he sets up a trap, and the Sentinels just mow them down. And this duel right here, another important factor, Sentinels, they're not making it easy for Fnatic to just find those 50-50 duels, find an opening kill. Anytime they get contact, if they're garnering that aggro, they're bait and switching, they're double peeking, they're doing a lot of clever plays that don't just rely on that headshot percentage to be able to convert these kinds of rounds.
Yeah, you know what? This game has been incredible, and it's already been game one. Only game one. We couldn't have asked for a better way to open up the grand finals here in Reykjavik. But for now, let's send it over to your casters as we get ready for map number 2. It's DDK and Rivington.
As we get ready, I'm ready, man. I'm ready to go. Riv, are you ready to go?
Absolutely. Can we play all the rest of the maps at once? Is that a thing? Can it be that wild? Okay.
Well, you know,
calm down a little bit, but not too much.
We'll start with binds, and then we'll get to the rest. And this is the prime game.
Oh,
Agent select Riv.
that's what Karina ya guys ya.
Are you happy with what you're seeing here? Does this all add up?
Looking at Sentinel squad, they got everything from the Raze, the Viper, the Astra, to the Reyna, as we would expect. And I don't think we're seeing too much different on the other side. Sova, Brim, yeah, so we're good to go. We're good to go. Composition played 25 times by Fnatic. Tried and true. Coming out of the Prime Gaming Agent Select for them here on Bind. And Sentinels have been running this one for less 4 plays, which kind of does span a bit of time. But I think 25 rosters of this Agent Select for Fnatic beats that out. And that might be why Fnatic is so damn good on Bind. Attack win rate, 62%. Defense win rate, 62%. So it's like I said before, when you're looking at win rate percentages on maps for sides and whatnot, you're at your 54s, you're like, all right, that's decent. 58s, you're getting up there. Whenever it's over 60, you're like, holy crap, this team is doing something real good on attack. So let's see what Fnatic has. This is their map, this is their pick. We're into map 2 for Grand Finals.
Fnatic kicking things off with the attack. And Sentinels might bring the action to them here, looking maybe for like a swing, but will be falling back actually. The shock dart's not doing too much. Close to taking a lick of damage, but the orb control is with Fnatic now. The wall is quite annoying to deal with. I'm liking the TP play coming through from Fnatic here, suggesting that they're doing a single rotation, but what does it really mean? You know, Sentinels are going to want to confirm this with a peek on Belong, and they just saw nothing off of the peek. So now that means that there's an advantage, there's a window, there's a hole here that Sentinels are rotating into A, because they think that this is definitely an A play. Beautiful fake from Fnatic, my goodness.
Beautiful, beautiful.
They're doing the
Dirty Fuka Fansat.
He runs in there solo, runs back out. The wall gives him a bit more cover, and now it's a scramble. Shazam here on the outside. His shock dart, sonar dart is not even used, so they can't get that in. And now it's just going to be havoc being wreaked by the pistols.
Anjing si Ted langsung beli itu loh. Apa? Sheriff?
And that's the answer.
Boleh juga.
Snake bite lineups. That's going to cause all kinds of problems. Mystic waiting for the perfect moment to shoot the next one, and they've got to try to hold on here. Just a good job there. Mystic, with that snake bite, able to take down another. And this is looking quite grim here for Tens. Last It's going to be able to swing with that ghost.
Beautiful.
Make it look easy. Beautiful stuff indeed. And that fake was that is just amazing. I can't really put it into words how impressive it is and how perfect it went.
The rounds like this for Fnatic actually required so much, because they're in with only a few members. You still had 2 members of Fnatic over towards A, mainly Boaster as well, inside
Mati kena racun, guys.
for even more. So all of the members that were at B had to do their job perfectly to make sure that was planted, make sure Mystic could get back. So they kind of handicapped themselves getting into B that round, still were able to make it happen. Great play by Fnatic here. Let's see what Sentinels can do for a second round against the Spectres.
And Fnatic with that opening, taking control of showers, picking up the orb. Of course, they are just against pistols, and they're well aware of that. Normally, you'd love to have a way to get information as to where the stack is going to be, or you'd want to try to pressure something to really mess with the defender rotations. And I was about to say Sentinels being extremely quiet, not showing themselves. That's the only moment that a Sentinels player showed himself, and it was a Sheriff headshot to kick it off.
Nade to the back, a little displacement is good. As Dapper gets rocked pretty hard here. So the shot, sonar bolt comes out. I'll get it right one of these days. Beautiful job by Mystic, and it's just slow play. Don't go too hard, too
Kena one tap dia guys.
Shotgun, there's going to be a sheriff, play it from distance, and Mystic just setting up all the utility to make sure the plant is nice and easy.
Yeah, I like how he's done this, very methodical. Dapper will get flashed, that's information. They know one is towards that elbow position now. So, oh my god, Sentinels. They definitely have some aim with that sheriff, but the Spectres still look to be strong
Kena
enough.
one tap semua ya guys ya. Kena sheriff.
Tens is still alive though. Oh my god, Six just running in and spraying. That will be Fnatic. Two players surviving, so Sentinels did do an immense amount of damage somehow.
Terbantai-bantai ya guys Sentinel di sini anjing.
Kind of like what we saw going the other way. It's like Icebox first few rounds now on Bind, but flop for Fnatic. Getting a good amount of frags, getting fragged on. And we will see Mystic starting off nice with a bit of money in his hands. So CC has 300 or 3,000, 3,400. So really good money starting now. Doma loves to go for that Phantom real early. Him and Magnum can go ahead and buy that to make sure they have a bit of hold here versus a bit of attack, I should say, versus Sentinels. And a quick play for Showers. So Sick grabs the info that no play for the orb just yet, but utility, double utility, expended towards that area already.
Yeah, it seems like not much coming from the util there from Magnum on that Showers position, but a retake from Fnatic regardless of this position, contacting in, which is an interesting look at things, because of course, you know, right now Sentinels, we talked about this before, Sentinels are pretty happy to play fairly passively and with limited information. They have B-long information right now, so we'll see exactly after that recon dart how Sentinels are going to respond here, because that's their last bit of information, is that recon. And Fnatic are looking to really slow this one down.
So it's going to be a shower push, a few more guiding light from Magnum, and then the hit. Little drone goes in. So the real late lurk here. Fnatic's going to be looking at Magnum to clear the site, but that's been cleared off. This wall and the way Tens is not allowing that strat to happen.
No. Yeah.
Now they go. Now they go.
There is just so much to say about that, but here comes the push. A quick switch up. They're going to be holding on to this choke point right now. Fnatic, I don't know if they can do this. A whip
bomnya nge-fifth.
through that choke point. They're not going to have time to do this one.
No time ya guys ya.
Simply run out of time.
No time, no time, no time. Bukan cuma Ayo yang bisa nge-wave ya guys ya. Skill juga bisa nge-wave.
Whether or not Tens is standing there, the initial strat to want a TP or know if that TP area is safe is now real muddy. And we saw that. The play was to go back over to Sky on the other side of the map. But since Tens can own this area, that doesn't happen right away. It stalled the strat at a perfect time. And Fnatic was left kind of scrambling at the end of the zone, not knowing the setup. So we see that Viper wall again, and now we know exactly what that little corner it does by the teleporter provides, just in a mental game for Sentinels.
Might get I was going to say, it's somewhat of a battle here from Fnatic for Showers. More of a concerted effort from a Sentinels to take that Showers control. But they will give it up. Sentinels not really interested to actually fight over these positions. They just want to force Fnatic to themselves, to slow down Fnatic, to keep Fnatic guessing. You know, is Sentinels pushing this? Do they have a player here?
Right. And you would think the answer is yes, because you're playing against Sentinels, right? So the dynamic and the game change that they're also providing and not pushing is causing Fnatic to have to move the chess pieces around a little more. Something they're used to. Not going to be too much of a problem. That's why we're getting such damn good games out of this.
Buset, kemana tuh?
Nice. Astra Stars there on short though.
GG juga anjing line up-nya.
Do Sentinels have enough stall here? I don't think that they are going to be able to stall this one out, especially given the Seekers coming through here as well.
Blinding.
Big effort, and the orbital strike is going to be popped as well from Fnatic to truly take control of this site.
Buset, ini apa yang terjadi, Jing? Banyak banget skillnya yang keluar. Apa yang terjadi, guys?
Holding on though. A 4 versus 2 advantage for them at this point.
Entah apa-apalah itu tadi tuh.
Recon dart sent flying, but it really seems difficult here. Tens needs to find that first magic kill to start setting the action into motion. He does get it, but he's going to lose Shazam in the meantime. Heal comes through, and Doma with the peak. Fnatic closing it down 3-1 now.
Really nicely played by Fnatic there. C10's coming in, missing that nade. Sick coming in, missing that nade. It would have been actually very big to get in the shower. So a few mistakes there on a Sentinel's kind of retake. Defense retake. I'm just getting back and forth now that we watch the replay there. But it always changes you when you see the name switches from red to blue in a replay because of how the players see it. But yeah, seeing that nade come back over and not be able to get into the site. Great utility used by Fnatic at the end of the round. They're up 3 now on their own pick. Or up 2, I should say, with 3-1. See if they get this long play to work. Once again, the wall is still there. Played from some.
Yeah, this is a very fast, but oh my god, Tender's going in!
Oh dear.
With the Empress, he's not able to find it. It's such a smart move, but the timing isn't going
Apa itu Tens? Hello?
And this isn't a really interesting bit for Fnatic. You know, they have the ability here to actually just keep the
What the fuck, Tens?
Shazam taking down Doma. I'm not sure if that changes things. It's 1 HP there for Durka. And there's the showstopper coming through from Sick as well. So many weak players here. Dap will finish off Magnum, the trade through for Sick. The question is still whether or not they're going to commit to the site, and there is the answer. The quick switch up through the TP to that A attack, which is where Zoms lies in wait.
Zoms always the anchor.
What? Yeah! Oh no.
Timing here from Zoms.
This should be the lock, and nobody cleared his right. He actually just fires in. So Zoms gives himself up. And there's
lagi dong.
Knowing one more was coming, that's going to be the Vandal for himself. And we'll see if Zoms can have it. 39 HP combined versus the 42 of Zoms. It's the
Winnable.
each a collat if he hits it. And they're going to spread out for this.
Winnable.
But he's going to play elbow. Mystic is not in
Karat semua, guys.
This is so completely doable here for Zoms. Oh, it's actually like that. Durka does not hear anything.
All they have to do is tap it. I wonder if there's a relay from the team of the HP here. 34 feels like enough to take a headshot, but he does have 150, and a tap and go is what he needs. There's the tap. Oh, it's a bounce from elbow! And he thinks it's from long! Oh, Mystic, you 5-head, man! Oh my word! What a play!
Yeah, Zoms really needed him to have no snake bite available to win that.
Oh, I thought it was unavailable. Position, he would have to peek out, but he doesn't. And literally sends Zoms for a little ring around the rosy there. What a play. What a well-deserved round for Fnatic there.
Yeah, so awesome to have multiple lineups for that. Very, very smart.
Oh my god. You love to see it. You love to see it.
Great. And that's Fnatic 4-1, and it's looking like a struggle here for Sentinels. They're on a half buy, a judge. Zoms of course saving the Vandal, and 3 sheriffs. So not to be trifled with this setup here from Sentinels. We'll see if they can make anything from it. Durka has the Hunter's Fury. No ults available here for Sentinels.
Timing anjing.
Wah. Zoms taking it to the face.
Digigit anjing rabies.
Chomp there. 2 down now. Down coming in with that judge. Got a bit of work to do. He's in U-Haul trying to wait it out right now. But we don't see Fnatic wanting U-Haul. They'll throw up the Viper Wall for that. Let it be pushed and let it be pressured. And then they're like, yeah, fine. Does U-Haul really need to be taken if we defend it? We'll find out what that answer is. No, right now. 5-1 as Fnatic move forward. It's something I've noticed more and more, Dan, is U-Haul's kind of become this, we have to take it. You can't plant. And now it's like, we'll fight them from there. Let them choke themselves up in U-Haul. And the round really doesn't revolve that much around it.
Yeah, if you have the right positions to deal with it, it's
right.
You can definitely figure it out. We go into another buy round here for Sentinels, who certainly are currently all aboard the struggle bus. We'll see if they're able to get off of this next stop.
Just doesn't seem like they
Sentinel dibantai,
come
guys.
up with that regular Sentinel way
Wah.
of shutting down a strat.
Hampir
I think
meletus.
it's because Fnatic's not really setting a precedent.
Wah.
just get that out of sync. That's what you need. Oh my.
Bisa gitu ya? Itu antara hoki apa skill guys? Gue juga kurang ngerti dah.
So here for Fnatic, they're feeling like there's no other answer than this B push. The brute force has to be what brings them over the line here.
Thanks, what the fuck, thanks?
They're quite tagged up, and Drums is able to delay this.
Thrown in. Shazam steals that. Looks like Fire and Hunter's Fury's back. And doesn't pick out.
Okay.
Spam though, his Zom keeps himself within the tub just perfectly on the Hunter's Fury. Now it's going to be Util flying into that hookah. And Durga and Mystic have their work cut out for them.
Revealing area.
12 points here along with credits before they get pinched in. If they go one side here, they're only going to find Viper. That could be huge, leaving Sentinels out of position. But it looks like it's going to be pretty much a save here to see what they can do.
Yeah, it's such a difficult spot. It doesn't feel like there's any answer here for Fnatic. So you start to assess, okay, well, what can we do? What is the best result from what we have? And it's, you know, either a save or doing a lot of economic damage. The preference on the save, it looks like. You know, Fnatic are going to have good economy. So, or at least
ada lubang surga, guys.
Money maybe in a moment, but there could be an argument for them to go for kills to weaken Sentinels with money. But I'm sure if that was the case, then they would be doing that.
Well, we're seeing it kind of tip over.
Ada itu guys.
Right? You have sometimes you'll get the
lubang surga tadi.
We saw these teams play. It was a round 3 dueling blade storm from both Durga and Tens when they were on Icebox. So now we're into 4, 5, 6. We're getting to round 8, and you see more ultimates. You see them start to kind of string together, and that was Dapper being able to use the Viper's pit to just push the team to the other side of the map, right? So slowly, Sentinels is finding ways to secure themselves around by setting the pace with those ultimates. As we saw Fnatic doing that last map as well with Mystic's ult.
Yeah.
See what they have here going in.
A couple notes here is that we have both Seekers and Orbital Strike available. 2 great offensive ultimates there for Fnatic. So I'm sure they would be looking to try to find a way to use those here in this round if they can. At the same time that Sentinels have that information as well. So, you know, no one's playing U-Haul, you know, like some of these obvious spots. Just we're seeing the presence from Fnatic, you know, running that default, trying to make it look like it could be anything. But look at
Love
the
this
Sentinels. They go for a push.
At least the info to say they're not long, so maybe we can lean somebody else towards the other site. Right now they're playing full Sentinels retake. You can see that here. It looks like they all actually might crush through the teleporter, use Viper's wall to then come through showers and route mid if they don't all rotate and lean back with the way Sick is about to rotate. So this wall that Viper has up, that Dapper has up, cuts off so many angles, creates so many pockets, and I wonder if that will be the TP through.
Look at this delay, Rip. This is an insane delay on short. This is going to cause problems here for Fnatic. They've got to get. I don't think there's anything that can deny the spike being planted though, but the sheer immense delay has created a lot of time here for the rotation. For Sentinels and 6 in that U-Haul position.
45 seconds once it's planted to get back over to the spike and get that defused. Nobody went through the teleporter. Here comes the Hunter's Fury to distract, to disrupt. And that's going to make only a bit of movement come out of Fnatic. They feel comfortable here. Sick grabs one in the little crouch right step and shot.
Oh no.
They're trying to fight from the back of short here. It's looking difficult. The orbital strike comes through to try to deny the spike. And it will do just that, taking down the diffuser. Zombs has to get these forward kills.
No. Oh no!
It's going to drop Dapper. And doesn't look like there's time here for Zombs to win this one. Can't find the spray. It's
Gila.
And that is going to lock in another one. A very close
Ngeri
one.
kali Fnatic mainnya.
6-2 in advantage.
Clutch. Absolutely clutch coming in there.
Ngeri kali boy.
What a flank, what a timing. Boaster on delay, whether it's the Viper, whether it's the Mollies, whether it's the orbital ult. Oh my word. Boaster just playing super well there. Calm, cool, collected. And then a bit of hype.
Teriak-teriak lah dia tuh.
Coming in around 9.
sampai terkaget-kaget mereka
In the
guys.
next round, the Sentinels are looking to try to strike back here, just take initiative away, and they've done just that. They've got the early pick. That's a great opener for Sentinels.
Picked up. Shazam trying to get closer and closer to those ultimates again to make sure they have a way to stop Fnatic on these rounds. They're just out shooting now. The momentum has been gained. They may have dropped a bit at the end during the overtime of Split, but Fnatic from map to map are ones to be able to string that momentum together. 10's hiding in the same spot, except they're not playing the wall this time. So you kind of see the precedence they set off that play. 10's will only be there when the wall's there. Now it's an off angle. And he hopes to be able to just kind of dismiss either way into the teleport to get himself to safety there. So interesting adaptation as they try to catch Fnatic off. But Fnatic's movement has just been so good. They're not falling for any of these traps.
Oh, I was just about to say, such a good punish from Ten's at angle is players will often think that they're safe once they clear here. You could have jumped up there, spot backside. But they were baited into a false sense of security, and Ten's gets that kill, and his teammates will do pretty much the same elsewhere on the map here. It's looking like a really great round here now as Mystic is the only one left. Sentinels are going to be getting that flawless, unless...
10 seconds left.
Sick? Hello?
Unless...
Okay.
Oh! Hey, you gotta hold one of the angles, right? You're always like, but what if I hold in the middle of the angle? Well, then you just have a less % chance to the right or left. So if you're on the right angle, you have a better chance. Prime Gaming Flawless. We've had a few come in through this map as I blabber on about random stuff. And 10's nicely opening that one up after a very quiet round. Both teams really stretching the info to see what they can get before they make something happen here. And a good pickup there, 6-3. You can see the stack of money on the side of Fnatic lower and lower, as they only got 1,900 coming into this round. 2,400 if they lose this one. So really only about $2,600, $2,700 with the win will be in Fnatic's bank account.
I love this from Tenz. This is why Tenz is scary. Very powerful in these positions where he tries to walk and find contact. If he hits that first shot, changes everything. And that early aggression is alarming if you're Fnatic. And I love this from Sentinels. They shore up now to defend this hookah position. Maybe after that long push, Fnatic will think, well, this might be easier to take.
Whoa.
Uh-oh. Oh, 7 HP! That's the paint shells. He's going down. And Tenz is going to drop down. They anticipate it. And Fnatic play perfectly off of these opening picks, swarming the site, trading through. And it cannot be stopped.
I question putting that many people in hookah with the Raze ult up, but okay. You do what you got to do.
GG Go next guys, ini namanya.
Absolutely took that one home. Oh my god, sick! Comes up, this nade's gonna enter the tube. He may be able to displace Boaster a bit as Boaster makes his way out.
Oh, wait.
Little satchel for the peak. And he's going with 7 bullets, feels confident.
Wait, GG Go next. Hello?
This is gonna be a tough one. And it's not gonna work out. Boaster takes him down. A lot to ask for there from Sick. Beautiful transfer though. Great display of those individual mechanics that we know everybody in Sentinels has, as well as Fnatic. It's so juicy, we've got to look at it again, of course. Beautiful. I mean the third one, I feel like he's winning that fight if the peak.
Yeah, Boaster was like, wait, no. But yeah, I feel like Sentinel's kind of losing track of the fact that Raze had ult there. Obviously, there's a chance that, you know, we don't get Doma going.
GG Go next guys!
That many people in hookah with an ult up is very, very scary. And Sentinels fell
Sentinel, GG Go next.
On that one towards B. It is going to be spiked down here. Sick getting his return. A little medicine that he can deliver as well. And that's going to be a nice first blood on this round for him as Boaster gets taken down and can't grab any more info for the team.
And it's also difficult because Boaster, you know, he was one off of his orbital strike. And he has the smokes. You know, this is not the agent you want to be losing before being committed into a push. Oh, hello, Sick. He's going to get caught in a very awkward position there with the paint shells out. Dapper will trade at least. In goes the snake bite, but Dapper, he's going to get out of there. He's not in a position to hold that anymore. Tenso, with all of the utils still up on short A, is able to take advantage. How comes the
Digigit
Trailblazer
anjing
though?
rabies.
Doesn't look like anybody can punish that. Tens keeps the pressure on the planter there, and
Good
that's going to be a wrap.
kill.
Sentinels, great recovery.
Brimnya mati jadi susah guys, nggak ada smoker
Half.
nih.
Let's see if we can get there. Sentinels will bring it back, or the 8-4 becomes the momentum that Fnatic gets to work with. Sick over the molly, nice and quick, and then they held cash. Oh my word! Just Doma flying through like a freight train. I love when these duelists commit for Fnatic and Sentinels. They are full in, and there's no hesitation. That's where we're getting some of these awesome plays from. Last round of your first half. Let's see what Magnum decides to go. He still goes to Spectre with full armor, Bulldog for Durka, and rifles on the side of Sentinels here. See what they end with.
Yeah, we can see again that exchange to take control of the showers to both sides. Typically, Sentinels, they show light presence to to help Fnatic overcommit their util, and then here's the retake util for Sig. So, who used more, Sig's in a pretty good spot. He actually wants to keep pushing this one. He's going to go for the fight.
Oh my
Wow,
god.
Boast is ready for it, and Dapper's there too, showing presence. So right now, what this also says to Fnatic is that there's a very limited defense in short. Because there's two players that just showed results.
Exactly, taking Raze down is huge. Raze buying two things that synergize. Your nade can basically stop every
Over 7, thank you.
So now, actually, a lot of freedom is gained.
Itu kayaknya penghinaan itu kayaknya.
Without thinking that agency of pink shells will come flying
Nembak
down.
kepala kena kaki ya.
Dapper cleaned up Boaster as he fakes it once again. This is a lot like that first round or second round strat they ran.
Yeah, this is a fantastic.
The fuck Zoms, hello?
All the players out of the B side of the map for the B attack to come through. Lovely stuff here from
What the fuck you doing,
Fnatic.
bro?
Oh, Tens comes through though with a vengeance with that Vandal, takes down Doma. Looking for more. The Empress is out there. He's very dangerous right now. As Tens starts storming through, he's alone of course, but again, very dangerous in any fight. Trying to make it impossible here for Tens with this post-plant utility. The Poison Orb, very hard to deal with. Snakebite comes through as well. And at a certain point, Tens has to get this halfway at least. Coming off a bit here, trying to bait out these players. They're just not giving it to him. They're playing this one perfectly.
Dimainin banget, cok. Kasian banget
Very well
anjing.
done by Fnatic. You can't give Tens
Dibego-begoin si Ten.
No, you can't. And you can see him trying to use every tactic that would be in a player's arsenal for that situation. Tapping the spike to draw someone out. Creating a fake firefight to draw someone out. And by that I mean you shoot your gun, kind of make the enemy believe you made contact with one of their teammates. Nobody was biting from Fnatic. They played that super smart. Tens was doing everything he could there. And like you said, you cannot give Tens a thing, and Fnatic did.
And here we go, moving to the second half of map 2 in this grand final. We're going to flip the script here. And I'm curious what Sentinels will be able to accomplish here on their attack, whether they'll have a better time of it versus their defense. Fnatic's attack is very strong on this map. Very forward setup here on short from Fnatic. Love to see that.
So that nade they just threw, the Poison Orb, actually has no effect because there's such a push already coming from Fnatic. So Fnatic are like, okay, that orb's a fake. They're definitely going B.
Oh, Shazam! That's a nice
They're not
pick.
wrong.
That is a very good save. That was a 2K for Fnatic. Things would get very hairy very quickly, but look at how they're positioning it. Sentinels are all trying to take control around Garden and Long. Completely evacuated the sides. A couple players quite weak here. This is also low for Fnatic, so this could really go either way here. They're trying to get positional information. I think they understand what's going on right now, Fnatic. There comes the spam into the smoke, just on the edge of the smoke. Wait a minute, from Boast.
Wait a minute,
Actually,
they don't know where it is. Ping it.
Just getting the stick, and that's Fnatic picking up the pistol. Oh no, Sentinels. Boaster, he's right on the edge there of that smoke.
Everybody was shooting in the middle of the box. Did they forget where they planted? That is not something that can happen. Great job by Boaster getting in there. Tuck and roll, gets himself into the defuse, under pressure, cutting the right wire. And what a play there. The identification that everybody was long.
What the fuck, Sentinel, hello?
Thrown in there. Boaster was like, okay, let's go for the smoke diffuse. Just Fearless. Great job by Fnatic there. 9-4 as they pick up some pistol rounds. I'm sure the Fnatic fans are happy about that one.
What the fuck?
Yeah, definitely. They're looking really good here on what I think in a lot of cases you could look at as one of their home maps. Fnatic are extremely good at this.
Home and away, yep.
And so, you know, you were expecting to see this confident performance. That said, TenZ has a Sheriff. He's going to creep out of showers in the 4th position. He takes down 1. Now it starts to get scary because TenZ is on a roll with the Sheriff as now Sentinels have more ground to work with, more space to start to take. It starts to get quite constrictive here for Fnatic. Not really many places to stand as they try to retake this. And TenZ is on these angles with this Sheriff. Finally he'll go down, but has he done too much damage?
TenZ with the Sheriff, Zombs with that damn frenzy. I'm not sure how they do it over and over again. The stick in here, that's going to be a Spectre. Double Spectre coming in now from Fnatic. Dapper with the Ghost. Can he do just that? Cannot take down Durka. That's a jumping classic with a little bit of cheese on the end. And will they be able to catch the spike?
Yeah, this is looking very difficult. Zombs in the back as well. Sentinels. Great conversion there from them. Again, you're just getting that forward creep out of showers. You can see it right here. TenZ in a position to punish as that utility comes through. And, you know, he's just so confident in all these peaks. Brilliant round there from Sentinels. And a needed round because Fnatic are really looking very good when things are going according to plan. So, spicing things up a little bit. Sentinels.
They are. You're definitely trying to find ways in and around Fnatic's methodical play. They love to stay structured. We kind of said that in the first time these teams played, is that the way the Polish and the Turkish teams, like CNED and the other really aggressive teams they would play back in Europe, was through a few players beating them, like CNED going ham, able to just destroy that structure Fnatic likes to keep together. Here, they're not really letting Sentinels into that structure. Fnatic are still able to play their game, but with rounds like we just saw, you can see TenZ still makes something like that possible here. Sick and Zombs coming up big as this is that save round for Fnatic. And Dan, another thing to mention is, as we said before, Icebox and Haven in their first meeting, those pistol rounds went 1-1, so
okay.
This is just kind of going the way of how these teams
play.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what you love to see, just making it as even as possible, even out their areas as much as possible.
Exactly.
And a lovely prime gaming for this moment here, particularly from Sick at the Ends.
Comeback Israel kah?
And that's ult charge. That's the showstopper now ready to go because of those 3 kills. And TenZ also has the Empress, so a lot of offensive power from the abilities there, ready to go for Sentinels.
Comeback Israel
di the second half too. That's a lot of stuff to start with, and that's where you can start to turn the tides of the map. When you know the opponents are back on a buy round, but a win would throw them back onto an eco. You can go for the throat, you can use these ultimates, and we might just see the showstopper being presented here.
Yeah, the double satchel, perhaps, out there. There's already players here, though. So the question is, I mean, Sentinels have no presence on the A side of the map. It does really feel like they're going to commit to this. That's a great opening pick there onto, again, a very important agent. That's the Brimstone gone. Sky's gone as well. Fnatic in a very bad spot. Look at this, though, Sentinels. They're just holding their ground. They're cutting the noise. They're looking to force a mistake from Fnatic.
Deep dart from Sand there coming in from Shazam. They know that Pocket's clear and just a little bit around Pocket, but Garden has not been, they have not regained control there. So a lot of damage can be done from Doma. They do decide to use the showstopper to create more space. And this one will fizzle out, but the intentions were there in the space of the nade. Oh my god, that's close.
Gila sih.
Yeah,
still, you see what they're still thinking about, Dan, all the time. Any of us would have felt comfortable to plant, gone down, and the round would go anyway, but the players are always ready to make a move.
It's such an interesting dilemma too when, if you go back a little bit into the spot where Sentinels are sitting in that 5v3, and at that point Fnatic have to stack something or they have to split up. And so just by waiting, because Sentinels don't have anyone on the A side of the map, but nor do Fnatic. So by Sentinels waiting, they're still guaranteed the ability to maybe punish Fnatic if Fnatic try to push for info towards B. Sentinels will be set up to just mow them down. Or if it's the case that Fnatic split up, then Sentinels get an even stronger attack. And even if there's a gamble on B, well, Sentinels still have the ultimate advantage, so they're still in advantage. So they just give themselves more opportunities to be ahead by cutting the noise and waiting after these picks. Oh, that's actually such a gross kill to get through the bottom of the wood there.
Word.
Gila itu tense.
Kind of looking at these past few rounds as well.
Rex.
I should say, looking at the map we've seen throughout teams playing bind here.
Too fast for tense, bro.
Is that Hookah wasn't always attacked throughout these games. It's usually the Rays. Things will happen, but we see Sentinels going there over and over, drawing some smokes, drawing some util. Last round it was 3 in there as they get pushed here through mid. Fnatic coming up strong with this eco. Actually, it's a rifle eco. Spectre there for Boser and Vandals Phantoms around the board.
Yeah, really aggressive stuff coming in here for both teams. It's like playing F-match at this point. Though it's just Durka and Bosa left now against 5 players, so certainly a grim outlook after the dust settles. And Sentinels just sticking together. They're not putting anything to chance here, making it as hard as possible here for Fnatic. Ooh, with that said though, it's starting to get a little problem in Boaster, but he's going to get taken down.
Kena klasik anjing.
9 to 8.
Knowing there's so much chaos there. Oh my word. I think what they went with was a low amount of util rifle buys, so they didn't hurt the economy too much. And then Spectre, if you could, to keep the money kind of in place for the next few rounds and not fall too much to the wayside here. We'll see as they come out. Yeah, they still have quite a bit of money on their side. They are currently getting 2,900 for each win, so add that to the left side of all that credit score, 2,900 on top of that, so they'll be fine next round. But still, it's the Dark Marshall round, Dan. What can he put up?
Comeback Israel, guys. 98 ya.
Yeah, well, we have
Dari berapa sih tadi?
Showers control, and it's actually a walk all the way through for Durka, but he'll get 4. Unfortunately for Durka. I like the idea.
Sengit banget cok ini berdua dari tadi.
But you know, Sentinels, they're just waiting, holding every extremity because they're looking for pushes, and they're going to find one on either extremity.
Fnatic kayaknya
Magnum on
be
long
sekarang nih. Maju-maju
and Durka on Showers.
Magnum has been putting a pretty hard precedent on pushing long. That's the second time he's been taken down. Zombs was able to do it with the Spectre earlier. So he's kind of playing off just a repeated motion there, which Fnatic seems to be falling into. Zombs has found it out. Now they push into sight. That U-Haul control is looked at, and it will be gained slightly by a bit of that Viper bite from Dapper, and now it's going to be the plan. Sick getting out of there with a little bit of toxic waste on his feet.
Yeah, Ten's creeping through Showers. Dangerous, very dangerous indeed. Able to finish off Doma, and he's not going to stop with that one. He's looking to bring it all home here, in this round at least. And there we go, Sentinels close it down.
Pincah banget cok si Ten semuanya anjing.
9 to 9, all tied up here, and all of a sudden,
marah dia marah.
It's starting to get scary. Just like it got scary for Sentinels on that first map, it's looking scary for Fnatic as they lose momentum on their home map.
Ooh. And there's that push again. Zombs able to take care of. Obviously, again, this round being a bit of a save here, so Fnatic's going to put themselves out a little bit, push lanes, figure out what they can find, and use that intel. Unfortunately, it was a lot of Sentinels being ready for the push, and at 9-9, we did say this would be a buy for Fnatic, but again, to recap the econ at max loss credit, it's 2,900.
Nih playernya dimarahin sama coachnya nih. Lu ya maju-maju mulu ya, maju bunuh kagak mati ya. Udah nggak usah maju-maju lagi.
AK full armor buy, and then to add utility in, so you're not halved in there. So you can see the pressure Sentinels are starting to put on through the econ game, through the map game, and starting to figure out Fnatic here.
Yeah, and it's crazy too, because you know so much of it came from Tens having that opening from Showers so long ago with that Sheriff, you know, winning around like that, winning the thrifty situation. That changed things so much because Fnatic was set up, you know, they won the pistol. They're set up to really set themselves into a strong opening on this second half, but now Sentinels have this huge string of rounds, and that's got to feel oppressive if you're Fnatic. Definitely a drop in confidence. So we'll see what they're able to muster as we get back into this one. Oh, looking like on the minimap, are we going to see anything any aggression there towards B long, we might.
Not sure.
So there's initial flashes. And certainly showers control coming through as well for Sentinels.
Careful here.
Let's get into it. Over to the right. Viper walls both on A, intersecting right towards the default spike plant. It's gonna be. It's the first time they've had so many towards B, just kind of rushing it out. It's something. I think they might have a push through the teleporter from Raze here at the end. If Sick wants to do it, he may rotate back though. And it looks like it is going to be Fnatic setting up to retake this A site.
Yeah, that's big too, getting rid of that Viper pit and everything that was, on that site. So now it looks really difficult here for Fnatic. They've got 4 players on this retake. Magnum is there from Showers. His position's known now. Yeah, this is a very difficult scenario for Fnatic. They're going to have to be...
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I thought Magnum's position was known because of the flash, but they have no idea that he's there, and that changes absolutely everything. 2 opening kills, the orbital strike! That's going to force 1 player out of position. Magnum has now spotted Shazam in the corner, and so it falls onto Shazam. He's going to go down. Oh my god! Fnatic! Just because of Magnum having that position, that really threw everything. It seemed like I thought that they would know he was there, but hey man, it's hard to hear everything when there's so much happening.
Oh my word.
Amazing.
Able to pick those frags up, so nicely done. And if you can remember, what happened between the first interaction, the first meeting of these 2 teams was Sentinels was picking up a hell of a lot of sprays through the smoke, so it's only right Fnatic, puts a few under their belt here for this game.
I think Bosa with that pick as well got the orbital strike. I might be wrong, but either way,
absolutely huge.
It's kind of crazy, but we'll see if that is enough to kind of tip Fnatic over the edge here. Sentinel still with a solid buy going into this round. They'll have that quick hookah control. We saw that in the previous round, but Sick was only here with the paint shells and the harassment just to really create that strong sense of presence, and he fell out of that position.
Sick emptying hookah right now. Yeah, continuously back and forth. This is the first time they really don't send a bunch of people into hookah. Now, as they start to walk to it, different setup, however, for Fnatic on that defensive side. Easy fast pack into the teleporter if Doman needs it. But if there is a lot of sound towards long, he can activate Showstopper and clear that path out immediately. So darts are going in. A little bit of knowledge now to Fnatic that a B site hit may be taking place.
Sick! Able to take down Magnum. I really like the garden and long defense here from Fnatic, but it's going to be tough for them to hold it. So strong push coming through. Durka, that is a phenomenal pick to find, and he gets straight out of there as well. The 3 versus 4, the Showstopper's out, but it's not going to be able to do anything at this point. Zom's holding the push against Durka. Durka walks straight into Zoms. The ever patient, ever methodical Zoms. Now Fnatic, they're going to need a lot more than a methodical approach to make this work. 2v4. Sentinel's looking good to tie the scoreline up here. It looks like the save is called. So one quick note, Riv, we heard from this very small snippet of team comms we got from Fnatic, was we heard Bosa saying at the beginning, I think after they won the pistol, he said that Sentinels don't really play the showers control. They don't really play showers, is what he said. And we've seen that a lot of the time so far, that Sentinels haven't really been putting too much emphasis around showers.
10-10 ya guys ya, sengit bet
ini berdua nih. We haven't necessarily even seen Fnatic doing it.
Yeah. I think the showers game for Sentinels at this point is a mind game with the wall, right? They can go there will be times they are, but you're always going to see that wall, and that's what will slow you down in the first place, to wonder what options could be brought out, right? Could be somebody hiding on the left, somebody hiding on the back right. As soon as you clear the wall into showers, there could again be someone on the back left. And then once you get into sight, you don't have full vision. So it just adds a whole different level of Sentinels having to get in there. And it seems to be that shower control just is not something that they want.
Yeah, and a quick note here, we have the Seekers and Showstopper available for Fnatic. Fnatic also have no money. If they lose this round, they're in trouble. Sentinels typed in the cheat code. They have full money. They have infinite money. They'll never run out of money for the rest of this match and regulation. So the pressure is hugely on Fnatic. They must convert this round. They've just used the Seekers for info, and so now all they have is the Showstopper. Look at the slow default from Sentinels again. They're just really sweating out Fnatic. Fnatic not moving a muscle. They have hookah control, they've got garden control. They're playing that 3-2 setup, 3B2A. Mid-run info with the drone. See nothing there, and the rotation comes through as a result, and there goes the push from Sentinels into A.
Whoop.
This is a scary moment for Fnatic.
Everything's a stall right now. Any utility coming out is just saying you cannot pass this choke point. That wears off. Mystic puts himself in a very tough spot to find a win from that fight. And now 20 seconds left in the round. A little toss over from Doma as he lost the the paint shells right over towards the spike. And it looks like they may have just enough time, but it is going to be very tight to get the spike down. Bolster with the classic, and he is going to be throwing the molly down on that.
10 seconds left.
They're going to grab the spike. Are they going to be able to get anything out of it?
Oh
yes, they take
no, Fnatic, what are you doing?
We talked about how desperate things look for Fnatic on the money. We'll see just how bad it is, or is not.
Miskinnya guys ya, Fnatic ya guys
I mean, depending on how much they went into util, there's things you can do to save yourself a few bucks.
Soalnya full buy mereka.
But we will see. What a cheeky little play from Boaster coming around. But unfortunately, the flank was flanked. And that's all you can see about it. And there you are, you're correct.
Let's go Fnatic, win this round, win.
And we see setups already trying to come through a little bit for the side of Fnatic, but it's going to be Sheriffs and Magnum with a Spectre.
Fnatic
These guys
miskin
are putting up a lot of frags, so I can see that Spectre doing a lot of work here, even against Sentinels.
Wait. Apaan tuh?
Ooh, Bosa dodges the boombot there as well. And he's going to walk through the smoke to ask questions of this one.
Oh no.
Really interesting, but because Bosa sees Sick falling back, that is very indicative that Sentinels will be playing more towards A, but now that he's been seen, you know, Sentinels know that that's indicative, so they know that the rotation would likely go towards A, so now they can reset and go towards B. So it's you know, adaptation upon adaptation based on what happens. Oh, 10.
Now to push forward.
Okay. Tens mengamuk
That
guys.
will cause a little bit of movement out of Fnatic. They don't really have a forward strat they want here. They're holding angles with Sheriffs, so it's still going to be very tough. Boaster there just with a sliver of health under the window, and if he even moves, Sick is going to take his beret right off.
Ketahuan dong.
There it is.
And in the site, Sick goes double satchel all the way to the back to claim the space as a reward from the pick. And looks like one by one, you know, the Sentinel. I mean, you have to give credit to Sentinels how well they're playing this. Quick kill there. Mystic trying to get cheeky with the wallbang there, but Nappa will get the spike down in time.
Oh, that was close. Nice sonar bolt. Trying to hit somebody inside and outside.
Let's go, baby! One more!
At game point for map 2. Fnatic's pick. Fnatic with the higher win percentage here as well, but we've seen since split already, these teams are going to take each other to the last rounds no matter whose map it is, Dan.
Definitely. Absolutely. Fantastic matchup between these two teams, certainly worthy of a grand final for the first ever global Valorant event. These two teams are making history. And
Dapper with an up? Double up?
Tercumpik ya guys ya, Fnatic guys.
Oh my word.
I mean, they have so much money, so they can just do this to hold picks at the beginning of the round.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Swap that one out. Uh-oh, here comes Hunter's Fury. Oh, it's going to tag one. Oh, good Thoma escape.
Ow.
He does manage to escape.
Quick jump.
Had to use the satchel, indeed.
I think that Zams is one of the ones that picked up the operator
Oh,
too.
no.
Says, okay, Doma, if you want to push, we'll
Oh,
shoot you.
no.
And Sick gets dropped in hookah.
Beautiful. Now with that pick, Fnatic, Sentinels rather, have to start gravitating towards the side. They have to push. They can't stay spread out here. Bosa looking to hold on to hookah, which is where Sentinels are trying to regroup. So I don't know that they'll be able to push hookah anytime soon with Magnum also helping here. Boaster playing the smoke for a flash play. It's been a little bit messed up here for Fnatic. Gonna get sent to his death.
Ngeblend sendiri anjing. Awas kayaknya. The fuck?
Oh, Boaster's trying to hide. He's gonna get the kill onto Tens.
Oh no.
Gets traded out though. This is absolutely insane, Riv. And in the meantime, Durka has actually pushed into backside. They might not know that he's here. And the spike plant comes through. It's a huge bait. Is it going to be covered? No! The transfer from Durka is good to take down both. It leaves it up to Dapper now. He's got to just stick the plant straight away. They're going to respect that. He might try to come off of it immediately, but he's going to get that plant going. And now it's the 1v2. He has to isolate these players. And Doma connects with the headshot to bring it in for Fnatic to keep their chances alive in map 2.
What a play, what a strat. It did seem that the fumble in Hookah was something that cost Fnatic, but I still think Boaster in that situation was able to grab the info, the identity of enough agents that would be putting the pressure down on the site so the team could make that decision to rotate. It looked a little messed up, but I'm sure the comms were there, and then the shots for the rest of Fnatic came through. Are we going to another overtime? 2 maps in a row. We're going to find out right here. Is this round?
Masa overtime lagi sih anjing?
Round 24. Let's see what happens. Ults up, Hunter's Fury there for Durka. It is the Orbital Strike for Boaster, along with a Viper's Pit, and the Cosmic Divide on the other side for Sentinels.
Map pertama overtime, map kedua overtime.
Good amount of ults for sure to see.
Ngeri
In a really
kali.
good position to actually play retake with the Orbital Strike and the Hunter's Fury. So that might impact how they play the setups. You can see Boaster's much more defensive around elbow. They've got one player committed on the site. Six is going to go straight into Magnum.
Oh,
That's
no.
a very good kill to find. Boaster
no.
pops out, picks down Dapper. The Orbital Strike comes through so he can deny the push. The trades can't be there for Sentinels, but still, it's a 3v3. Still, the spike is in control for Sentinels.
posisi.
This push from Tens. They don't expect it. And Tens is
Lari.
back all by himself.
TP nggak sih? TP ke
3v2 pivotal play there by Tens. The teleport's going to come in. He's going to be able to hold the site. The flash goes up. It's not going to matter. He's able to take him out as the Leer goes away. Cosmic Divide is there. It's the last ultimate that's going to be available for this round. No one has a chance to grab another. Spike planted default now. Durka and Mystic versus Shazam and Zoms.
Here comes Fnatic. Slowly edging their way forward. The tap of the spike. Forcing out peaks, forcing out utility here. Sentinels, they know where one of them is. I don't know that they know where Zoms is
You
just
are
yet.
divided.
Shazam is
Ulti,
blocked off by this.
Zoms,
Again,
let's
trying to
go.
fake it out. And there goes the peak from Zoms. He has to peek in case of the stick. And now here comes the stick. Shazam trying to dance. It's up to Mystic. He protects
OT lagi ya guys ya.
to another overtime here on map 2.
Itu si Zom ada ulti padahal tadi. Kalau di ulti dong enak.
My word, Dan, this is exactly why I wanted to see these map selections go through.
Oh no.
It's just it put pressure each team. We would get an amazing series, and that's what's coming through right now. These teams are able to read each other in the final moments that they need to of each round. Back and forth, and we're going to another overtime here.
Malah itu
Get
cowok
any more even than this in the grand finals.
Kagak mau pakai
Your first 2 maps
utility.
go to OT.
Yeah, it's
Why
pretty
ada
incredible.
ulti, smoke-nya masih banyak.
Amount of things to talk about, honestly, that are just very interesting, but we don't have time because we're straight into the action here between Fnatic and Sentinels.
Why,
and again,
Zoms,
Fnatic's
why?
format, much like Split was Sentinels'
great
match
point.
to win, that they had to win. Sentinels clenched it in overtime. Can Fnatic do just that here as well? Starting off on the attack.
Why Zoms? Why?
Darts are out. A lot of control. That could be a great shock dart. A little bit more damage onto the side of Fnatic. Boaster down to 47 HP as Tens and Sick open up. And that's going to be 3 quick
Sentinel
frags.
marah, cok.
This certainly makes things very awkward here for Fnatic. Boaster's stuck. B long is crossed to the TP's being held. He's going to go down.
Sentinel
And
marah
Magnum-
anjing.
Sure, Magnum has the spike, but and a minute to play with, but against 4 players with no teammates to speak of, it's very difficult. And you are going for it in an overtime, so we'll have to see what he's able to find. Interestingly, we're going to get Sentinels actually.
Sentinel atau Fnatic? Gua dukung yang menang aja.
Moving across now to assist
Yeah.
Shazam.
Kalau sekarang Sentinel lagi menang berarti gue Sentinel.
Lean over now. They're going to be able to play the dart game as much as they want. As soon as they hear something go in, that's a dart from behind. Never mind. That's just tense. 13 to 12. Is that one spread?
Let's go, Sentinel.
A little thin off the entry. It
One
just
more.
Like as soon, we've only got 2 maps on this and 2 overtimes to see it. But as soon as Sentinels have that overtime refresh, it's a different team than what we've seen for the past rounds. They've got us to OT. They just kind of come out firing, not even holding hard angles, and they just throw you for a loop. And Fnatic could not find a way back in on that. Now, Fnatic gets to play the defense, and Sentinels has to come up with a strategy.
I think in general, whenever Sentinels are in overtime, again, it doesn't matter what team they're playing, I feel like they're an advantage in overtime. So they're a very, very good team in overtime.
Right.
But we can go into that maybe in more detail in a moment. But you know, getting back into this one here, Fnatic looking to keep themselves alive in this second map. It is the best of 5, but again, they really need to win this bind. Dapper with his patented jump peaks.
A lot of util considering they would try to hide here. That was a drone as well that came in. They may have figured that drone got shot by somebody on the right, but it was shot from backside, I believe. So nade and shock bolt out. Poster to drop sick right there. Beautiful wall into hookah.
Yeah, trying to get info there with the flashbang. Dapper reclaiming the position, spotted now. That's going to tell Fnatic exactly what's happening. There's Boast to smoke to try to deny entry. He also drops the incendiary, so that if they were to push it through that smoke, they would get absolutely wrecked, so they have to respect it. They've also lost 6, so they don't have anyone to satchel in. They're going to be dropping straight in front of Magnum. He's going to take down 2. Huge result there from Magnum as Sentinels struggled desperately to get themselves on the site. They're going to do just that, but in comes Mystic from the back.
Okay.
And speaking of the back, it's Soms from backside.
Winnable.
He's got to try to recover the spike. He's got 10 seconds. Fnatic can play the time here and force him to plant, but there's nowhere to plant right now. Has to fall inside the structure, and that's the moment for Fnatic to get onto the site. Soms is going to hear it. He's going to peek out, go for it, and it's not going to land. Mystic takes him down. Fnatic, draw it up.
We go again. Bring it to another OT round. Fnatic, do not let history repeat itself from map number 1. They will bring it to another overtime here. Let's get it swapped up one more time. Got to win by 2 in Magnum. I don't know if we can say his name enough throughout this tournament, but I'm pretty sure it can be said more because, man, the plays he's coming up with are giving Fnatic a breath of life in these situations.
Yeah, it's just so many amazing things happening right now. The fact that there's no raise to satchel through that, the fact they have to wait out the incendiary, and then Magnum's in the perfect position to punish. Just brilliant stuff coming through here from Fnatic to hold on for dear life. But now they're in a position, it's once again the overtime situation is reset. So we'll see what Fnatic can do on the attack. This was their stronger half, as it was for Sentinels too.
10's up high. A site is held by 3 for Sentinels, 2 on B, so they can keep the darts swinging. You can see Durka and Shazam kind of playing dartsies over there at B when they were firing them. Holding each other. Default now by Fnatic to come through. This also becomes a game of what mistakes will our opponents make, because it is coming down to shots, just instant headshots after coming out of a smoke. Great utility usage. So anything you can grab extra here, if an opponent makes an error, they use util out of place.
Kok Tens bisa di atas ini sih, the fuck? How?
That's why we're seeing these rounds go all the way down. Coming up very soon here, 30 seconds is usually that hit, maybe 5 or 15 seconds.
They're trying to fake the B side a little bit here and pull the rotation away because the spike's actually moving towards that A side, but Tens is in an elevated position. He never bit that at all, he just stayed in position. And now Boaster will try to get through here, but there's very little left for him to be able to accomplish. He'll try to push through the smoke, but I mean, he's going to take down Sick, but still very difficult. Going to drop those smokes to try to get additional cover. Oh my goodness, just trying to creep through these smokes is so dangerous. Boaster picks up another through the smoke. So smart, Kill through the smokes. Unreal movement here from Boaster, but putting an end to the shenanigans will be Zoms.
Nice.
And I mean, I think it was a really interesting play there, Riv, because Fnatic actually shot that boombot in showers with 2 players. So then at that point, I think that made Sentinels think, hang on, we're not so sure about this hookah pressure that means anything.
I mean, it's a great call. Seeing little things like that will completely stop a rotation, or even the lean of a rotation if somebody's going to leave the site. So having TenZ pushed up in that position gives him a lot of audio of what's going on in showers, and I think he made a great call there that he was able to hear more than one. TenZ now and the rest of Sentinels back onto the attack side. This is where Fnatic was able to recoup the round and bring us to another overtime. Shazam will enter, and TenZ will follow this drone as they make their way in. Whether or not it's an orb grab is yet to be seen. It looks like they will play full silence. Now Shazam is on. Obviously, he'll headshot somebody, but audio duty here. What will he see, and how much room can he take?
TenZ's lurk here in showers makes me feel very afraid for Fnatic. The drone's not even coming through to this position. TenZ, he might feel the opening here, because there is a huge opening. This is a gamble from Fnatic to leave this position open. His teammates, of course, working towards that B side of the map here, but TenZ, he's going to hear the reload as well, but... Oh, and
he's hearing dumping, though. Ooh, nice read. Yeah, the jumping that he's hearing, the drone being used, he's like, yeah, there's lack of util now at A. We have a better chance to hit A, but they don't have a read on where any of the Fnatic players are yet. Sentinels going completely live to get them walking through.
Wow.
TenZ has to do a bunch of work to bring this one back into Sentinels' favor.
Yeah, he gets the couple kills. He's got the Empress. He's popped that one now.
Magnum?
He goes Magnum from the back. His timing is really good into this one now. Can he find another one? Boaster in the confusion takes down TenZ, who had to spin around. And now Zoms is left with 8 HP. Sandwiched between 2 Fnatic players. There's no time here. There is no time. Fnatic reset it again. We're going to another overtime here between Fnatic and Sentinels.
The patience, the play, the instant knowledge of what needs to be done here from Fnatic. Nobody scrambled after that. They said, play's done. Stop peeking. We're good. And Magnum again being such a huge focal point for Fnatic in this tournament. Continue to say his name because it was not one we thought we'd be saying over Durka, over Boaster, over Doma that much. Everybody's a great player, but man, is Magnum stepping up for Fnatic here. We'll see what they can do. Another overtime, Dan. Let's go. Round 29.
Absolutely, and we'll get the initial presence around showers there from Dapper and Magnum as well, setting in the flash, but just like very cheap exchange of a utility, and no one's going to actually have showers control. It looks like Fnatic are looking to just go straight for B here. They're not messing around with defaulting anymore. Oh, the drone B long has been avoided entirely, so Shazam's reading the B orb to be safe to pick up. And here comes the push. All the utility's been sent forward, and TenZ will pick off Doma as he tries to get into the site, slowing things down nicely with the Leer and then the smokes to follow it. This is very awkward now here for Fnatic.
Oh no.
Sentinel,
it looks like they're struggling massively
every overtime round.
Yeah.
So for them to fall back may actually put the pressure on the Fnatic needs here. But now Fnatic down to 3. 35 seconds left in the round. They are usually good at being pressured into their plans or pressuring the other team, but this might be a little too much.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's very difficult for sure. They've actually left Mystic lurking towards B long to hopefully get a kill, which would then allow them to rotate through the teleporter on A short. So that's one of the reasons why Mystic is in an important position here, but
Spike down A.
there goes the TP, but it was without the frag from Mystic, so there's not a lot that Dirk is going to be able to do here with such little time. And there we go, once again, Sentinels, they seem to have cracked the formula.
Gini aja terus sampai besok anjing.
Rounds, which, let's not forget, it was like an 8-4 for Fnatic. They had it on lock in regulation.
Ngiri kali ngiri.
They did. It seems like both second halves of our first 2 maps have been the time the opposing team, the one that's down, has been able to come back. Fnatic on the first. Sentinels here on the second. Again, they have game
Let's go, guys. One more.
to them.
Okay, guys.
It's going to be round 30. See what the rest of Fnatic can do for this one. Back onto defense. It's been feeling good for them. And this whole B-long information game that's going on seems to keep coming up each round as the map then spreads out. I think this is the first time we're not getting a default here out of Sentinels to start this.
Yeah, looking to go pretty fast towards the deep side, looking to catch these players off guard. But in fact, it is a rotation quickly for Doma that will be reinforcing this defense that Fnatic have set up on B.
My god, all 5? The death ball?
Yeah, it's happening. They're just going to go straight for this with Sick just contacting out. Sometimes this is the best way to do it. Sick! Oh, he almost made it backside. Boaster takes him down, protects Doma, who now sends forward the boom ball. This is going to allow Fnatic to really have a good defense. Oh, Magnum! Magnum again! But it's a 2v2 here, Rip. There's 50 seconds for Sentinels to reset this. They're trying to fall back.
Oh,
that was close.
I thought he took his head off.
TP.
lari guys.
Mystic waiting.
Sotel lagi sih anjing.
AP in
Let's
favor of
go.
Sentinels right now. Dapper and Shazam to run around. That means the IGL is up and thinking right now. The gears are turning for where they need to go. He says it's a call back to B. And it's probably the safest plan, knowing they have a Sova, knowing they have a
Berapa match totalnya BO5?
is probably their best bet to get here. Drops the spike down, so Shazam himself can stay safe.
BO5. Satu map 13 match.
Shazam in a forward position.
Okay guys.
Not expecting.
GG Sentinel. Let's go.
Will take down Doma.
Wow.
Pick up. Fine.
2-0 ya guys ya, Sentinel guys.
And that's a 2-0 start in this best of 5. All they need, Rave, is one more.
Incredibly
Fnatic udah kena
small
mental nih
things
harusnya nih.
for each map
Fnatic
are
udah kena
what
mental
is
nih harusnya
bringing
nih.
us the result right now. Easily going either way. You can't say fault here. You can't say fault there.
Let's go Sentinel, one more.
And going in
3-0, 3-0.
we use the showstopper in rounds, right? It can be used for a lot of stuff, but if you're looking for an error, even a winner, like there was not much to find. Everybody's playing so fantastically here, from leader to duelists to sentinels to controllers. 2 overtime maps, Dan, from both these teams. You can't be asking much more in the growth of this rivalry right now.
Yeah, totally agree with you on that one. It was so close, and again for me, there is this element of like in the breakdown, in the chaos
Sentinel aja
we're
stupid
in
bro.
in overtime, where Sentinels
Dulu ya
historically,
guys ya.
the core of this lineup across since their inception, they've always been so good. When things break down into chaos, they seem to just really harness it so well, and we started to see those issues for Fnatic over time. And so, with that said, there is still a lot more action to come, so please stick around. We'll be right back after this.
Break 3 menit lagi ya guys ya.
Hey there, you remember about a year ago when Valorant launched, they had this like really cool duelist cinematic where we saw Phoenix going after Jet, and there was this like cool fire, and then she gets a drop on him. And have you ever wondered like what happened after that? Well, so I got a treat for you because we have something lined up that displays the next chapter in the Valorant story, which will be released right here, right now, during the Masters Reykjavik Finals. Let's check it out.
This just in. Reports of a disaster in Italy.
안녕하십니까. 이탈리아에서 들어온 지각이 폭발해 공중으로 떠오른 사건이 발생했습니다.
Sta galleggiando a 300 metri da terra.
Radianite may have been involved.
Kingdom, whose Radianite power program accounts for more than 3/4 of the world's energy production, have denied any connection to this disaster.
Anyone with information on the two unidentified radiants spotted at the scene is being asked to come forward.
Finally! About time you showed up. We're picking up gunfire. Did you locate the spike? That would be a yes?
Anjing keren banget filmnya. The fuck? Riot emang the best cok kalau bikin short movie aja.
Weapons ready.
I was born ready.
This way. Hey, take a look. It's stealing radianite from the environment. How do we stop it? I'm on it. You'll need a radicore to power the heat signal.
I got this.
Phoenix, wait!
Hands up, come on. You should see your face.
Come on. Did you find a power source? Here.
Let's go, let's go.
But not enough power. It needs to be superheated.
Get that head.
I honestly didn't expect that to work.
Really? So, maybe give us a heads up next time?
Side secure. We're coming home.
That the big man. Tell him I need answers this time.
What is your problem? We crushed it. Phoenix got a look in the mirror.
How come they look like us? And what do they want our Radianite for?
I'll talk to Brimstone. It's time we filled you in.
Anjing keren banget sih. Sinematik baru ya guys ya. Riot emang the best guys.
Yo, we got problems.
We? You're the one that screwed up.
You serious? You had it easy, Jet. You know they're bringing whole teams now, right?
And so will we.
Starting now, you've got 48 hours to claim an exclusive Valorant player card with a cool duality theme. So you go to redeem.playvalorant.com.
Wah, redeem guys, cepet guys. Redeem apa nih? Playvalorant.com. And use code YTILAUD. Code YTILAUD.
But, you know, in Rito we trust. Anyway, moving on though.
Cepat guys, klaim.
I
Cepat.
thought the script was on, and it turns out Sentinels have other plans. Maybe they want to go Blue Lagoon faster. I don't know. But Bind saw Sentinels go 2-0 in this specified finals, and here are your Prime Gaming match
48 jam guys
highlights.
katanya.
Potter, Sentinels, they took
Cepat
a
guys. Nggak tahu dapat apaan.
They sure did. They sure did. And you know, in the beginning of this match, I thought surely this is Fnatic dominating. They did such a fantastic job controlling the pace on the attacker side. The shower control coming up from Boaster, it constantly kept Sentinels guessing. They've lost control over that side of the map, and then the misdirections because of the conditioning that Fnatic were able to do early on in the first half. They're able to throw out fakes after fakes after fakes, and it caught Sentinels off guard. But man, on the attack side, that is where these guys on Sentinels absolutely thrive. Tens going 8-1 in his first contact, first duels, winning out
Cepat rhythm guys, 48 jam katanya.
on him. Just
Cepat.
dismiss in the perfect times, and man, Sentinels, every time they look like they're out,
Tapi rhythmnya di mana gue juga nggak tahu ya.
rises out.
A hero emerges. You know, watching this game, you know, it reminds me of when I casted, I know it was Sentinels TSM, I think it was either FaZe Invitational or PAX Arena. And I remember thinking to myself, we're seeing the game elevated right here, right now. Like each and every round that passes, the chess battles that we're witnessing, that is exactly how it feels watching Fnatic and Sentinels go toe-to-toe here. And it's only appropriate that it is Sentinels, Vansili, given their long history in this game. This long history in this game, despite it being a short history that the game's been around for. And then, on top of which, they pull off some miraculous feats in this matchup, especially in round 14. It was a big turnaround for the Sentinels.
100%. That came to a thrifty round there for Sentinels. Pretty much an equal at the same time. Tens, yes, is able to get 2 share kills to allow for Sentinels to get the plant, right? But when you look back at the defender side, when they had to rotate for Fnatic, they still had both initiators alive. So the guy, the recon dart and as well as a trailblazer allowed that information to come out. But what I really liked about this was that Sick was there with Dapper. They knew that they were spotted now. You just leave Dapper to die. So that you play the other crossfire setup with Sick, running around this site, and then you just get these kills coming in from the backside of short A. So it's not only about the good execution from both of these teams, but it was also about how good the discipline is for both of these teams. The margin of error for Sentinels and for Fnatic is so minimal that it shows why this series is the best series we've witnessed in Valorant so far this year.
Yeah, so minimal. It's 14-12 game 1, and then 16-14, right? Sentinels in OT for game 2. Yeah. This honestly couldn't have been a better display. But Mitch, I know that you're dealing with some copium over there, Poppy, but I'm gonna come to you because we gotta look forward. We gotta look forward to Haven. What's going on with Durko? What should we be expecting from him and his importance in the game, but also how does Fnatic bounce back for the reverse sweep?
Yeah, you know, this is obviously somewhere that I'm not going to be bringing a lot of hope for Fnatic. Being 2-0 down, they need 3 consecutive maps, and starting it on Haven. Honestly, coming into this series, what I painted in the pre-show is that I actually think that Haven will be good for Sentinels because the main downfall for them, again, they did win it last time that they played versus Fnatic, but the main downfall for me was Six's inability to really find value on that Phoenix. And this time around, I think they will have reimagined that, whether it comes down to still playing Phoenix, but renegotiating how they want to play that defender side. You can chalk the attack up to just being unlucky in a lot of the duels that he took versus Durka. But I would also like to see a Sage maybe come in there to provide that extra bit of defensive setup. Overall, though, Sentinels, they won this last time they played it. That was with Fnatic taking a pistol, and Fnatic won both pistols on Bind. Everything is set up for them to claim this series, and there needs to be a big step up. And Durka was the man that was delivering again and again when it came to Haven in the last matchup. He's had a bit of a shaky start here today. Yeah. Magnum has picked up a lot of the slack, coming in with some insane flanks, even there on Sky on Bind, where I didn't expect that much from him. I think it's ultimately going to be down to Magnum stepping it up, continuing that form, but Durka's got to join him, and we need to see a reimagining of Sentinel's Haven, because I think at this point, Fnatic will have them kind of figured out.
And I think this is why Sentinels could just keep playing their game, because Yes, if Sick was kind of quiet the last time that they played against each other when he was playing the Phoenix, he is definitely on this series so far. And if Durka's the one that's being quiet, well, you're looking at the head-to-head. Mitch, you mentioned it before we actually got into the series. The amount of times that we had these duels and who was able to shut down Durka, it was actually Sick himself. So that means that Sentinels, keep your playbook, keep doing what you do, and it's working just to perfection.
Yeah, so Potter, now here we are, where Fnatic, you know, they're staring down the right down the barrel here, and Sentinels just want to end it. They want to close this out. Do you think that Fnatic could potentially force this game 4?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think so. You know, every one of these rounds have been so close. My biggest question is going to be, is Boaster going to kind of lean heavily more into this Brimstone pick? I've seen him kind of tinkering with the Astra on Haven. I'm looking straight at Boaster. I think he's the biggest playmaker on the Fnatic side. Every now and then, somehow, some way, he's able to rat his way into the back lines and create some sort of multi-kill scenario for himself. So I'm looking straight at that in-game leader. He tends to be the big playmaker. Fnatic are absolutely going to need him to step up to the plate.
And you know, when you talk about bringing it the distance, right, to not even 4 but 5 maps, you have to remember coming into Haven and Icebox, these are the maps that were played last time. We've got the kind of insta bans, your split, your bind out of the way. Sentinels have a huge advantage having picked them up. But now we come into the stage where Fnatic have gone back to the drawing board, where they've looked at what Sentinels did last time and how they can beat them. That's why I'm saying for Sentinels, I want to see that little bit of a difference from them. It doesn't have to be in the agent selection or anything like that, but they can't come in and play the same game as they did before. Fnatic, just like we've seen from Sentinels, are a team that will constantly innovate and look to improve game to game, and you may bet that they've done their extra little bit of prep time for this game and for these 2 maps in particular.
I believe you definitely have to be prepared against Tens right now as well, right? Tens has been the player for me on a map like Haven that had a lot of room to breathe on defense, especially on any of the teams that he played against on Haven this week. So if they could actually prepare the same way to try to push him back all these aggressive angles where he's potentially going to be playing a jet op, then you might have a better chance here for Fnatic overall to get through these site picks. The thing is, for me, what I could take away that was good for Fnatic on that previous map on Bind was their timing. They actually had 2 or 3 really good flanks and backstabs from Boaster and also from Mystic. And Boaster, we know him to be that type of player that could be fairly aggressive on a map like Haven too. So if they don't pay attention, if Dapper doesn't play his Cypher well enough, then Fnatic have chances to upset and get these turnaround kills that could allow them to get the lead in this series.
Yeah, it's been a lot of discussion here regarding, you know, Fnatic needing to turn it around. But Potter, you had also mentioned as well that they simply just need, Sentinels need to just steer the ship in the right direction. That last game on Bind, Tens went 8 first bloods, 1 first death. Like, you can clearly tell the impact of this young man on this team ever since joining the lineup. So long as they stay on the steady path, it seems like it should be a 3-0 for the North American Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking that way, right? And Tens is so, he's got ice in his veins, literally. He doesn't back down.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like he backs down from many.
Oh, go on. He doesn't back down. You're so right. Sorry, we're getting a lot of words from production right now, but it's perfectly fine, though, because we are ready to jump into this game. So apologies to my analysts, but the question is, can Fnatic turn things around, or will Sentinels end it right here? DDK Riv, over to you.
Wah, websitenya error, guys.
A lot of very important questions that you're asking there, Golden Boy, and we're about to find out the answers for sure. Here in the Prime Gaming,
websitenya meledak.
We're getting a little preview of what is to come.
We have the tried and true strategies here for the agent select, coming from both teams.
Let's go Sentinel, one more!
Just like that. And the last 10 plays out of Sentinels here for Haven.
Map terakhir ya guys ya, kalau Sentinel menang di Haven.
Getting thrown in there. We'll see if it can work.
Lego.
Last time, Sick had a little trouble, as we heard Mixman saying, producing those strats, being the one to, you know, come out with the Phoenix and make it work. We've seen a lot of teams shy away from it. Let's see if Sentinels can still prove that it works here as we get out to Haven.
And
Sick dengan Phoenix-nya ya sekarang, guys.
Off the bat, looking to get that space behind.
Mapnya Sick nih.
They're actually contacting this all the way through. Quite unexpected, and they'll find a completely empty site. So I don't know if this is a very solid read But it's worked out, and it's not the end of the world for Fnatic either.
Kalau banyak yang redeem, iya meledak cok. Websitenya pasti meledak.
One of the toughest things I identified with
Banyak
is
yang
Fnatic
redeem.
retake composition, and even when they're
Meledak
on aggression,
websitenya.
if they are in the post plant, they have very little ways to identify what they're coming into. No Sova. You have to wait for
Let's
Mystics.
go, Sentinel.
That's
Oh,
going to be
dance. Whoop, dance. Oh my god.
It's actually, it just missed
Kena
halfway.
time.
But
Oh
they are getting the kills
no.
here as they force Sentinels to have to peek from those smokes because they don't have any vision.
Oh
That
no.
looked very comfortable for Fnatic. You can see exactly why they were so happy to play retake on A on the pistol, because they knew they could shut down both the post-plant positions of short and long, and then just walk into the site.
Really, really well done. Executing in there, showing you what it means, and what you need to do rather to take a site without having that Sova. It's about teamwork. It's about being there for the trades if the first person isn't taking the shots. And great smokes by Boaster to come in. Can't deny that, as it allowed Fnatic full coverage of the site.
Oh
Agency
no.
as soon as they got it. There's that pistol round from Fnatic. Can they keep it going, or do we get another 1-1 in our second round?
And once again, we get a contact here from Sentinels on this pistol round. Ten's looking to get that opening shot. Oh, he knows there's going to be a jump here. He's beyond the flash. He's got an opportunity as he swings around.
Okay.
Doma in the back, and he might just have a second one. The flick comes through, but Mystic's still alive. Ten's weak, but his teammates now have gained the space onto the site. As Fnatic are forced to an awkward defense, but it's looking good for them. As Dapper swings around the site, he makes it hurt a little bit, but still Fnatic are in good position, poised to hold the A site. And it's all onto Zombs now for Sentinels. Couple whiffs.
Oh
and Fnatic come
no.
home with the round. That was almost very scary for
Sentinel, what are you doing?
Looking at that round, it's one that Sentinels actually was able to exploit the first time they played Fnatic. In the situation, it was Mystic that Trailblazer down Cat, and Doma said, wait a minute, and turned around to find, it was Tens, I believe at the time, taking him down. That time, they turned initially to watch A, adapt the strat, realize what's going down. Fnatic doing a great job of really making the little things count here and switching what cost them rounds in the first matchup here on Haven with Sentinels. So great to see the adaptation coming out. It's what exactly Fnatic needs, and they're starting to get that momentum.
Yeah. We get the drone coming down A short as well, so lots of presence from Sentinels, because they also used the gravity well on A long to deny any vision of A long, and the cage was up A long for Sentinels, so Sentinels really pressuring this position, but this play with a judge close range is extremely worrisome for Sentinels, and they're gonna back the hell out of there. And we have the rotation from Fnatic. They've got 3 players on A for the time being.
How do we miss a third round operator? Just dipping into the bank super hard here. I'm looking over, I'm like, wait a minute, is that actually what I think it is, with Spectres around the board? So it's kind of Durka playing defense for himself. The Spectre can be kind of medium to the longish range.
Let's go, Sentinel!
There's no rifle to trade with a missed shot from Durka, so he needs to play that a bit safe. He's going to post it long, which allows the team, this is great, because they're saying, well, we don't know what Sentinel's doing, so let's post up long, and we can fortify the other side of the map. A trade for kills comes in as we start things off.
Whoop.
Boaster's in a great position.
Ya, kagak dilihat. Nggak usah dilihat.
Trigger discipline moment here from Boaster as he holds the ground, and still they don't know about him. This is the play.
Yeah,
This will ruin
yeah.
everything for Sentinels. He
Yeah.
comes through, and he pulls the
Tidak.
trigger.
Oh,
One
no.
frag, though. It's a 3v3. Still a good opportunity here for Fnatic, but that could have been so much more. And Durka comes through, dashing after the whip.
Trigger disiplinnya gagal ya guys ya.
As now Sentinels start to pull ahead. Another missed opportunity there for Durka as Mystic swings around logs, looking for that next fight.
Okay.
To take down Dapper, finds the second. Mystic has it all to do. Alone in this situation. Is there any heal here for Shazam? He's going for the hold here halfway. Shazam! He's going to pull the swing. And he's going to
Trigger
take down
disiplinnya
Mystic.
gagal ya guys ya. Dari seorang Magnum di
Boaster, he's going to
situ.
be really frustrated surely with that one.
Bukan Magnum deh, siapa sih tadi Astranya?
Corner to be shacked. Turned around, got it. You love to see those plays happen too. I mean, it's just as great to see it stop, but to see him be able to transfer that out would have been amazing. Boaster had such a great play coming up. And the wall kind of stopped them there. A little too much penetration value stopping the gun. 2-1. Sentinels pick one up here as they stop what was the operator round for Durka. Now onto a frenzy, but Bladestorm is there, so Fnatic is not that down and out. This is kind of a play strategy. Sick takes down Bolster though, and now a 4v5.
Yeah, scary stuff. He's trying to take that opening jewel. Oh, hello.
Oh no.
Oh my word. Fantastic follow-up onto Doma. Leaves Fnatic truly.
Tens, you are crazy, yeah?
To work with now. Only 2 players remaining. And Tens is
Astaga.
that right click somehow missed.
25. Nggak kena semua. Ada yang nancep di
I mean, this would be a highlight moment.
Di dinding kayaknya.
From Durka,
Oh no.
That's the worst.
Let's go.
For Durka. And Sentinels crush it through.
Let's go Sentinel.
Nice flanks, nice plays. Zom's there, able to kind of solidify the round.
Let's go Sentinel.
Didn't go as it needed to. Look at that, right? As he was hitting the ground, before Tens was hitting the ground, his thought
Wah, ini ya guys,
process was
muka-muka Fnatic udah
not where's the next person, it's my
udah
next
kena mental
play.
ya guys ya.
If someone's in front of me, they go down. That processing of information.
Feeling gua nggak tahu kenapa Sentinel ngecem anjir. Kayaknya Sentinel sih. Ini mapnya Sentinel banget kan, Haven ini.
2-2 now. Fnatic see what they can do on defense.
Apalagi Sick pakai Phoenix-nya lagi.
He starts to lean towards different sites, and they're going to play the utility of Magnum towards BC here to make sure the Killjoy can lock that down. How does Sentinels get through? Should be not too hard on the eco.
Yeah, and you can see here that Fnatic, they just saw that Sentinels cleared A short with a drone, so they're actually posting up in case there was a player behind the drone. And it looks like, as far as Fnatic are concerned, that Sentinels are not taking all this space that they just control towards A. So they're going to rotate off now. We definitely need to see a big game here from Durka, I feel.
It does need to happen. It seems like Fnatic operates at a different pace, right? When Durka's kind of opening up everything. Their first match we saw, he kept continuously taking short A on Haven. It just opened up the map. They were able to work around everything else.
Oh no, dia pair.
Unstoppable. Here, they get a bit of that. Trade the 1 for 1, and now with
what are you doing, dia pair?
Much more possible to make this round count. We'll see what they can do.
Oh, Shazam, timing, Shazam, oke. Oh, dapat nih Jenny, dapat nih. Wop, timing, oke.
Timing there for Shazam, just as Durka has to look towards Garage, that is when Shazam appears. And
okay.
Sick will take down both. So not too much else happening here for Fnatic in terms of damage, it looks like.
Sentinel marah ya guys ya.
There is a safe
exit
for Sentinels if they want it. Mystic is going to try. They want to try to force the fight, so they want to try and make sure they actually die and get some kills along the way here. Sick will be pushed to defend. Another shot comes in.
Oh no.
The kill there for Doma, so damage being done.
Oh!
Shots from Doma. Able to steal away.
No time,
it's okay. Looks like he should be able to spike his far enough away. That actually works out nicely for Fnatic.
Tapi miskin cok.
Doma has one of the most disgusting sheriffs at this event.
Sentinel miskin guys.
If he is not the best with the sheriff from what we've seen. He continuously under pressure can pull up multiple frags. It doesn't matter the situation. You love to see him whipping out the
game sebelumnya slow but sure Kodeki. Oh iya jelas.
3-2 here. We're looking at how the money's been working. Wins for Sentinels, $2,900 in credits for loss rounds going over to the side of Fnatic, which means if Durka loses everything this round, he'll have
Let's go Sentinel. Let's go Sentinel. Wah, udah time out aja nih Fnatic nih. The fuck.
Is hurting the economy flow now that Sentinels has strung together the 3 rounds.
Udah taktikal time out aja nih.
Dan, a lot of ultimates popped up for Sentinels. So to have that happen after Fnatic comes off an eco means Sentinels may be able to go for the throat once again, combining a lot of those ults.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a really interesting situation because Fnatic also have that information, so I wonder what they'll be expecting. Because one thing that in any research Fnatic would have done is you have to know, okay, with the comp that Sentinels is running, where do their ultimates go when they get them? What rounds and what tells are there in their default that let us know how they're going to utilize those, and should we play retake? Right. Because, you know, what are the spots that Six going to use his run it back? Like, there's just like so many of these things that if Fnatic have done their research, they might have a good idea as to what Sentinels might
Fnatic
want to
pusing
do.
ya guys ya, coachnya ya, mukanya udah merah. Pusing aing teh katanya.
If you play too far outside of your own game, then you might run into, you know, you might outgame yourself, right? So
Pusing aing teh. Guys,
it becomes very difficult in that sense, right? You always want to be able to play your game and avoid, one, playing the enemy's game, or two, playing to not lose. Which is when you just play so scared, you're still on the map but not doing much. And you can never have that mentality, it's just chaos. We see these teams here in the finals, not really something that plagues them. But we still have to question who's going to be able to show up here on 3. Sentinels with 2 maps is putting that pressure on. And it's a lot of pressure here as they start to take the lead. These ultimates up, as we said before, and the spike is down for now. Controlled by the Cypher traps currently at the moment, but those actually just went down, so you can see Shazam's like, I'm going to go pick up the spike real quick. We need that in our hands.
That's huge too, because the tripwires go out, which allows such
Oh,
a blanket
sick.
from Doma.
Ooh.
Nice kill from Sig, but again, there is a lot of problems for Sentinels because the trips go down, and now there can be pushes all across the map here from Fnatic, and they're in a 3v4 after plant. This will be tough. They've got a great spot for the plant. Shazam is able to play from long. He's got Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of things going.
You are divided. Oh shit. That's okay.
Forward ground. He doesn't care. He's taking these fights by himself.
Oh no.
Betrayed him down, and they're looking good to try to finish this one. Shazam has to go to the side, gets concussed.
Tidak, dikit anjing ratus.
Oh my god! How has he done that? The ripple climb from Shazam is phenomenal.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
I don't think he had any right to win that, but you know what? It's Shazam.
Anjing udah digigit anjing, dah fuck lah.
In these moments, pulling out a transfer of all transfers there, connecting with every bullet, holding it true on that
Wah,
spray.
makin kena mental nih Fnatic kayak gini.
Oh my goodness.
Makin kena mental ya guys ya.
That's 3 headshots there.
Oh my word.
Makin kena mental udah ini Fnatic guys.
Okay. I mean, you saw Shazam do it. I'm not sure if there was a delay
Whoop.
the Trailblazer. They knew he was flashed. We'll go to the next round. Dirk, you're trying to keep himself alive. They're back on the ego.
Panas.
Rounds, like we just saw, start to weigh on your opponents. Sentinels feeling great after those victories. Coming into round 7 here, it's a lot of action towards the A site with a big flank from Sentinels onto C already. What's this going to produce?
Dance? Hello?
Yeah,
Dance? What the fuck, Dance?
Oh
my god, Dance, what the fuck are you doing?
More love here for Fnatic. My goodness, charging forward and also the flank there by Magnum is good also. It puts Sentinels in a very
Kalah kena Iko lagi ya guys ya, Sentinel guys, hari-hari kena Iko lagi. Whoop.
With such an insane clutch.
Whoop.
And now we've got a very interesting situation here. Storm's lurking through spawn. We'll take down one.
Aduh.
Magnum with an off angle there, able to punish.
Shazam.
Alone.
Shazam lagi nih.
Divide as well. But this amount of time, Shazam could be anywhere.
Whoop. Shazam.
He's gonna push all the way through.
Whoop.
Looks quite possible here. I do think that would be a really cool play as well. He's gonna go for the plant on A. He's gonna concuss the back of the site. He spotted him. He's gonna take him down.
Kena Iko lagi ya guys ya. Anjing ini Sentinel down banget dah di Iko-win
What an
anjing.
answer back though, Riv. What an answer. Given what Shazam just did to them, hit that thrifty, huge.
Oh my god, Sentinel, what the fuck?
Can weigh on your opponents. Powerlifting over here from Fnatic is what you call this. What a round from everybody. Magnum coming up big on the flank as well. And then on the final kill for Zombs because they knew it was a little too quiet and someone was being a rat. But you're right. To see that come through, to get the operator back into Dirk's hands, Fnatic is doing everything they need to while getting attacked from each side by Sentinels to make sure they stick in this game and can bring it back to the one that they want to play right out of the gate each round. Dirk with the peak. What can he produce?
Gotta be so careful here because Sentinels are looking to really force the issue. Run it back is available from Sig. He might pop that right now. How will they deal with Durka though? Durka, he could be the recipient of a wayward knife from Tens, who's popped that Blade Storm. And look at just the sort of hold of position that's happening right now for Sentinels. They're waiting to see if Fnatic are going to just start throwing utility. Are they going to rotate everybody? Are they going to start to question things now? Because it's all quiet. Do they rotate off of A?
It's all out of short.
Yeah, nice trade.
And there's the full frontal assault from Sentinels.
Let's go Fnatic. Fnatic dong. Let's go Sentinel. Wah, Fnaticnya cabut guys.
This is a tough one.
Fnatic harus save, ada duit.
Because again, it feels like Dirk is unable to
No money, no money. Cabut ya dia guys ya.
It just seemed like it was kind of flawless. The bread and butter there for Sentinels to get into that. And I think the identification may be, where's Magnum? Magnum slows us down a lot. That's the utility that can really stop us. Doma's going to throw some slows. Slows aren't damaging, neither is a wall. So there's actually a lot that Sentinels won't have to worry about if they aren't initially seeing Magnum. Otherwise, you're going to have to work on against the amazing aim of Fnatic and their members. But we know what that means, and seeing what type of crowd control or damaging abilities that would displace you are presented at a site. Sentinels are going to feel much more comfortable following Sick in once he identifies that information. So nice, quick, clean round there to get themselves in. And we'll keep an eye on if they're finding Magnum, staying away from Magnum, because he's doing a great job at utilizing Killjoy bots between alert in the middle of B, turret over at C, so he can spread two sites and play it nicely in garage. Here he's setting up his turret, as you see on the mini-map in the corner, and he'll head back to a garage position to activate both of those and keep that side of the map clean, which almost means those holds on A for Fnatic should be stronger.
And again, we're seeing this A presence. And again, quick fact, quick reminder, Sentinels at Masters 2 Reykjavik have not dropped a single map. They win this map, it's a flawless run. Durka is in an elevated position. Can he get the trade? No! But it's, oh, okay, Mystic with the swing, he's looking for more. And it's going to be a 3v3 here. Shazam is reading the flank already. Ghoster is going to get caught off guard entirely.
Oke guys, Fnatic lah tuh, udah kena mental kayaknya guys, Fnatic guys.
Does something truly unthinkable. Caught in the crossfire. Sentinels pick up.
Fnatic udah kena mental ya guys ya. Pemainnya udah ngaco semua guys.
There, if you can remember what just happened, as they all shot their weapons with not a real peek, right? They stepped out, shot, but were still hidden. Literally to confuse
Terkena mental.
And then everybody peeked at the same time. It's the consistency of knowing that everybody's going to be doing the same thing. How to execute on even one person in the site that continues, I think, to bring Sentinels on top of these situations. Just having that fundamental, the next step and the next step in place, and always being able to execute on that. Durka looking to make a play, and this could be huge with the Storm as he's seen and caught out by the Cypher camp.
Yeah, definitely. And he does a good job there by destroying it before it can get vision, so he can still be out there. But it's going to be just it looks like a straight push hit. Oh, the up drop.
Oh,
They're
no.
ready and waiting for that one. Sentinels were just holding their ground, looking for the response. Picked up Durka, and now they're just charging through to the site. Backside control for Boasting. He's got to hit every shot. Dapper will eventually take him down, and with the neural theft, they know exactly what's going on. Mystic.
Apa yang terjadi dah itu?
Taken down by Dapper as well.
Fnatic kena mental ya guys ya. Ya udahlah. Sentinel for the champion of VCT Iceland. First of lane turnamen ya guys ya. Aduh, Fnatic udah ngaco nih mainnya guys.
Sentinels are just waiting for that move. They heard the Blaze Storm. They know that that's a huge possibility and they wait for it.
And it's wild to see.
Yang bunuh aja kaget anjing.
So looking at how it's happening, you just see they're avoiding all of the danger at first, and everything becomes an advantage as they start off.
Oh no, 1 HP anjing.
1 HP as he gets the heal up from Sky. A little bit of a reset, and they're back onto ultimates. Boaster's found out as he tries to play a close shot, Dan, and now they're into C again.
Yeah, good punish there, coming through. But it's going to be very difficult to get too much more. Durka picks down 10s, but it's going to need much more. Some distraction coming from Garage, but they do know where Durka is. So I see Shazam holding this position.
Yeah.
Good angle from Sick here.
Shazam, wah, udah lah guys. Let's go Sentinel.
Flash will get destroyed and he'll get taken down as well. 8-3 now for Sentinels. Starting to look.
Fnatic udah kena mental guys.
In the first half of
It's becoming
GG go
a
next.
series of multi-kills almost. You know, we see a lot of members going down. We just saw Shazam's there, able to
GG go next ya guys ya, kayak gini guys.
making work here with Gooo his own. So if we're not getting 1-for-1s across the map, it's going to be hard for Fnatic to be able to come up on top of these strats.
Nice, let's go, let's go.
Continue to be kind of just pushed into the floor on credits, what they can buy here to another gun round. They're facing 3 powerful ultimates on the side of Sentinels. It's like they continue to come up so Sentinels can rinse and repeat and make every gun round Fnatic has that much harder.
Nowhere to run.
Destroy the lockdown.
Magnum
did not do that.
Tuh,
Transfer
tuh,
from
lihat
Zoltan
tuh.
connect
Sentinelnya mainnya udah ngaco guys.
Crunch through mid.
Sentinel mainnya udah main maju-maju aja guys.
Where's the extra player? The flick's not good. Tens swings through.
Fnatic udah kena mental guys kayaknya. Udahlah fuck this game.
9-3, and we switch sides. The second half. Is this it for Fnatic? Is this Sentinel sweeping the Grand Finals 3-0 and being undefeated throughout the entire tournament? That would be something.
Dan, I think they unleashed Tens on a bit of the content plays. Shazam said, run free, make it happen. And I think we're getting a few from him. He's had such a great series here. The question also for Sentinels was, would that change be it? Would Tens be able to be Tens on land? It's all this guy wanted. The break he took was, I'll come back when it's land time. And he did. And now he's there, representing for North America at the Grand Finals of Reykjavik Masters here. And Fnatic as well, fighting now to keep themselves in this. 2 maps down, still have what it takes. They're gonna do the first B strat, Dan. Let's see how this pays off for
Pecah palanya, anjing.
Yeah, Tom's straight there, backside, holding things down with the assistance of Sick. Still in position, still causing problems here for Fnatic as they try to push this forward. The wall is slowly being broken, and the integrity of this push is starting to wane as Fnatic still try to hold on with what they have. Missed it with 2 great headshots, boosted with the finishing move. Great for Fnatic there. That's the start they needed into this second half. They just have to hold on against the pistols.
Super, super big. See how this one happens again. Mystic, everything on the outside that he can produce to give the team the advantage, and Boaster there to finalize.
Let's go, baby. Comeback lagi kah?
Keep coming up in the second half for Doma and
Comeback lagi kah? 9-9.
Able to lead the charge a little bit with more confident shots, and it may be making Fnatic play a bit more timid to these situations. Here they should have that momentum after pistol round. We'll see if they can grab it. It is going to be the Marshall for Tens this time. We'll see if they can stop the eco from Fnatic.
Really fast pace, straight into B. Dirk with a dash straight backside. Oh my
Oh,
god,
fuck.
Just, I think that was a point blank shot straight in the side of Dirk's face. Now we've got Fnatic, you know, they have control of the site. They use the wall to block off A-Link. So they have a setup here, and it's just gonna be tough for the pistols. Oh my god, the spray from Mystic is
Gila,
fantastic.
nembaknya
What a
membabi
play at
buta
the
guys. Entah apa yang
Now
terjadi
Sentinels
anjing.
have the site. Seekers go forward. That's going to
Asal
confirm the
tembak aja deh
information as to where
pokoknya.
they are. And there's still those nano swarms, I believe. And there goes one. It's going to be very hard for Sentinels. The Cloudburst goes down. Oh my god, the spray, the transfer from Shazam. Out comes the Sheriff. He's looking for the headshot. And it's going to be Fnatic though. They're going to lock it in. I love the B play on an anti-eco.
It's awesome, and they're playing it much faster. We actually saw Haven being a problem for Fnatic the first time they played Sentinels, and ended up being a problem there with the loss. But getting into B didn't allow them to set up, didn't allow them to really hold the site in a post plant because of all the smokes and the utility.
What just happened, guys?
Sentinels were left with to enter back into site. Here, a
So
better
many things
play, much
happen.
more aggression, and Fnatic
Anjing,
are
ada lubang
approaching
surga,
into
guys.
space that was Sentinels, taking much more control. So a nice job there, and being able to take the site without really having too much of a post plant. You're just, well, it is a post plant, but you're just setting up defense inside the site, which becomes very tricky.
Ducky went straight past the player.
Oh my god!
Sick! My goodness! He's gonna go straight
That
for
was
spawn.
sick.
Like, see ya! Durka straight in spawn, Tenz is looking for him.
Tenz.
Oh my god, this guy is doing so much damage. And with that, the chaos as well. The free, what? Dapper is gonna get one straight through the wall. And that's gonna even it up 3v3, but Magnum is in position. Garage, Dome is slowed on the planting. Oh, the lineup couldn't be more perfect. Oh my god, the timing is unbelievable, Rick.
Magnum, why
Come back lagi guys. Oh my god.
The brain he's working with right now is literally just firing mind bullets to all the Sentinels. He's
Nggak jadi kena mental guys,
They're
Fnatic.
2 steps before they even got to garage with the double collab. I should say the collab. Double collab would be a lot. Now 9 to 5 here. Turret's gonna give him up. Shazam trying to work a little magic.
Yeah, definitely doable here for Shazam. We know how good he is. That's an isolated fight. Doesn't win it. But if you can find another one of those, maybe there's a chance. There is one, but Doma's going to take him down. And this time, Shazam won't pull out the most unbelievable clutch in the 1v2.
Masa OT lagi sih anjing, 3 map OT semua, what the fuck lah.
Oh my god, he was just, I don't know what he thinks is in defender spawn, but he was trying to fast track it straight there.
Yep.
And there it is, we're getting closer here, Rip. This is looking much more competitive now from Fnatic.
Fnatic having the first 3 build the momentum. They usually get tacked or hit up at round 2 or 3 where the other team is able to come through, but they push and eco back onto Sentinels, and Fnatic are now feeling it. In a groove, it looks like they want to work A with a little bit of that utility from Astra on to B and C. With the turret in the middle, they can watch the flank with Magnum and not have to worry about too much as they figure out what utility is going to be where. With
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Bisa buat digigit, dikejar anjing.
No escape. That was very scary as well. Shazam is famed for his pistol aim and Durka.
Okay.
Spamming through as well. Got to be cautious, not be over confident in these scenarios. Sentinels could be quite dangerous with what they're carrying. There we go, Dapper opens it up onto Durka. 4v4, they've got some site position, just diving onto Doma, trading again with the Sheriffs. In comes Fnatic, they have to push past the Cosmic Divide, they have to push past all the vision blocking, and they're going to find the frags to close
Tercumbek ya guys ya, 97, 98.
Slowly but surely,
Di
start to
sini
look more confident, and they start to climb back.
98.
We're into another buy for Sentinels.
99, nanti
This is now where we watch this again. A great retake coming in. This is by Fnatic, I'm saying. A great retake. They retake control of the site, understand what they need to do, and make sure they get another round. And now looking at how Fnatic is playing these, they continue to play strong, they identify what's going on, and now with that eco of getting a few frags, they've strung together ultimates, just like Sentinels was doing when they were on defense. And now, sorry, on the other side. But now they can use those ultimates, stack them together, and make sure they have a few rounds to themselves. It's the Blade Storm first, Rez can be there, and Magnum's ult is last if necessary.
Yeah, and these C splits were very, very popular for Fnatic on their attack. On the last time these two teams faced each other, and we get that lockdown coming through, can't be denied. So that's going to give all his position. Love that from Magnum. Deep Nano Swarm to deny positioning here for Sentinels. Boaster with the lurk. This is how Fnatic play it. If Boaster finds good timings in that lurk, Fnatic are in a great start. Oh, hello, Durka! Playing whack-a-mole. And that is a really good opening for Fnatic at 4 versus 2 now. And Durka's looking for more, and he's going to get it. Tenz goes down, and now there's no hope for Shazam.
Larry.
Check out, look at how they defend the site here. Again, we bring up the no silver point.
Tercumbek lagi ya guys ya, 98. Holy shit, pepperoni, macaroni.
That's not a bad have to. This is how they choose to, but they're just up in your
banget,
face. Retaking the site has to be
kira udah
fast.
kena mental
Also
Fnatic,
pressuring
ternyata kagak.
Sentinels and needing to get there in numbers, not playing their game of trade one. Fnatic really adapting this strategy that has to stay in a site to play post plant, which is a difficult thing to do, and continue to take rounds away from Sentinels. 9 to 8 now, Dan, as we keep going.
Yeah, and one point to note from the previous matchup with these two teams is that Sentinels would win A control pretty easily most of the time, and Fnatic didn't really bring that too much in it, and they relied a lot on C splits, and sometimes like fast timings into B. That's how Fnatic got most of their attacking rounds the last time these two teams played this map. And we haven't seen exactly that as much, but it is shaping up somewhat similarly, and Fnatic are looking actually a bit better so far. So we'll see if that continues, because we've got a hodge buy here from Sentinels with the Blade Storm, so they are dangerous in this round.
And that wall that Dome was placing when they get over to C for those takes, you see how he leaves the left side open? So interesting. A lot of times you would wall off the entirety of
Gantian
C
Sentinel yang kena
defense
mental,
entry
Bang.
because
Bener juga
you
ya?
want to know where they're coming from. But leaving that open makes the defense guess, is somebody on the
panas,
back
panas,
platform
panas.
area? Are they anywhere I have to look? What a great mind game wall as we see a lot of action in. Dapper's like, one man dash behind me, but I can't look.
Dapat satu doang, cuy.
Yeah, and he gets one from the judge in that position as well, so that's ideal for Fnatic. You know, I feel like the judges often getting two there for sure. And that does make it very difficult. TenZ again still has the Blade Storm available. And here he goes, 1 versus 4 here for TenZ. You never want to put it past him to pull out the impossible.
Can you clutch?
There's the first engagement, and that's not going to go too well. Switch for the Spectre. Just a bit too awkward on his first few throws, and Magnum
9-9 ya guys ya.
Fnatic, it was looking like all of the energy was just sapped from them, but they are truly, well and truly back in this, and this is a map that I think we would expect Sentinels to really win this one. It'll be very comfortable here, and Fnatic are looking great right now.
They are. Fnatic's attack on Haven, 63%. Just like their bind percentage, it's up there. So good, and we see them starting to attack back on this so well right now. Sick does have the run it back. An ult for Doma there if they want to bring someone back onto the map for this. This TenZ looks to get an early operator into play. Phantoms for the entirety of Fnatic here in round 19.
Oh, and Durka again with these forward dashes into B. It's been really good for Fnatic, and it looks like it might convert again to get the opening kill onto Zombs. That's all the Astra stuff out of the way with. The Seekers come through as well for Magnum to allow him to understand how to position. Oh, he should have won that one. Shazam with a great recovery with the Seeker in his face, still picks off Magnum, and that will take it to a 4v4. And that's going to really give a chance here to Sentinels.
Boaster on the roam. What will he be able to do from the other side as he waits to hear more shots, waits to hear confirmation from the team before they all move? And again, this is where it could be tough if Sentinels get the smokes down that are necessary. Actually, they're out of smokes. So this is good for Fnatic as the retake is going to happen. Shazams takes down one. They use the Phoenix wall to fake it.
You need to take it now. You need to take it. Oke. Oh, akhirnya Sentinel menang 1 round ya guys ya. Dari 9-4. Pasal skornya dari tadi gitu-gitu aja ya. Dari 9-3, 9-4, ntar 9-9, 10-10, 11-11, 12-12 anjing.
Having to stay in the site, not being able to watch all those angles, because playing outside of it means you deal with walls. As we see Mystic out behind this one, can't really help. It becomes tough. Fnatic is doing such a good job of initiating these rounds, and then again they put.
Tapi skornya bener kan dari 9-3, 9-4, abis itu OT. Nah, fuck lah. Apakah ini settingan guys?
Having somebody go through garage and get a little bit more, that was really pulling Sentinels apart, and I love that from Fnatic in the earlier rounds.
Yeah, I think if they run that again, they have better.
Apakah ini settingan?
Things going from there. I think that's why both are so.
Wop, tipis-tipis. Oke, TenZ. Satu. Dapat satu, lumayan. Oke.
Wanted to mix things up and explode onto this A site. That will force out the res. At the very least, the res is there for Fnatic. Now, Fnatic actually spreading out here, so they've left a lurk towards A short and Magnum. And actually, no, the spike is going to be there as well. So it's going to be a fake of the C rotation, but they have to sell this one.
Careful now.
Woo! Oh, that's a huge fight. Sick. Yeah, you're
TenZ.
right.
Okay, TenZ.
Definitely not
Oh
sold,
no.
but they still take down TenZ. So 2v4 after plant. It is workable.
Sonar Bolt waiting.
Kalau TenZ dapat satu lagi sih udah fix menang sih.
Before they even retake the site. Yes, Magnum pushing up. This is perfect, but there's too many on each side, and he gets crossfired as he goes for the play that could give him the advantage. Great thought. The Sentinel just has too many. They're a 4K for
Oke guys, 11-9 ya. Apakah akan menjadi 11-10? 11-10 nanti 12-10 lagi kan, OT lagi ya.
I'm sure see it. The opening Dragon and Sig on that rotation. They ready to sell this. All they have to do is
anjing si Sig flicknya cepet banget sih, gila.
Try to delay and this round will look very different.
Yep. And that was so quick from Sig. He's like, well, I just shot a guiding light, but I shot a jet, so let me look for the sky. Like instantaneous. As all these players are doing everything they can to make it work for their squad. Back to guns. Vandals and Phantoms being chosen on the side of Fnatic here as Tens get pulled around a little bit.
Oke guys, Fnatic sepertinya kena mental.
Once again, as it did in previous rounds here, where limited focus towards A. In fact, a lot left up to Tens on A. He's the solo defender there with the operator. And it makes a lot of sense. You can see that there is action on B here. They're expecting Fnatic to go back to these B plays, which have been quite successful. Largely successful for Fnatic, and they need success right now, so you would expect it. The dive comes through. They're going for a fast switch up into the C site. There's the dive through. Oh my god, Sentinels bring the fight to Fnatic.
The double dive through. You hardly ever see it.
GG go next.
And there's another one as well. It's going to be
GG go next.
Taking down Magnum, Boaster trades, and now he's a left V2.
Megang aja pisau tuh anjing.
Well, that's championship point for Sentinels.
Satu lagi guys, let's go.
This is it. This is the moment now. Fnatic have no more lives left. They can't set a foot wrong at this point. But yeah, you're right, Riv. What an insane call, just at such a moment's notice, for Sentinels to communicate to each other, we're pushing through this together. Like,
one more Sentinel.
You already have the team on their heels to say, all right, we have a few rounds to jump in your face in the championship grand finals BO5. Like, those are not the plays you're expecting a lot from people unless it's a Jet or a Phoenix just by himself. Dan, here we are, 12-9, possible championship point here.
Dan sudah dapat satu guys. Oke, sepertinya GG guys. Oke, GG. Sentinel win guys. GG go next bro. Good luck.
It's going to be very difficult though because they know surely that someone is
GG
in
guys.
this site is Shazam.
Sentinel for the win. Shazam? Halo? Nggak jadi guys. Nggak jadi menang Sentinel. Sentinel kagak jadi menang guys. Oke.
Great timing from Magnum.
Nggak jadi menang guys.
Can they get to overtime though, Rick?
Overtime sepertinya guys.
I sure hope so, Dan. Let's go. Give me more and more. Let's do it. What a play. And to see this perseverance from your teams at the top of the table, obviously mainly
si Shazam lagi ngangkat ketek guys.
Backs against the wall, even turn down their aim. They come out strong with a round that keeps them in this series. In this best of 5, they're back against the wall here. And now it looks to be the A strat as we see Boaster setting up smokes all around just to make sure Sentinels is thinking. Yeah, a little bit of a push here from Sid.
It's crazy if you think about the position for Sentinels. They're so heavy towards Garage and B because that's where Fnatic find their success. So Fnatic have actually completely timed with this one. If they contact all the way through, in fact, they've sent the Trailblazer out now. So Fnatic, or the Sentinels know what's happening. But this was the perfect read from Fnatic. They just have to find a way to win with this position. And they just don't expect Tens.
One.
Oh no, they were not checking for Tens.
Oh
they
no,
do trade him out though. Dapper has crept onto the site. The trade now as Shazam creeps. And it's 2 versus 2 after all of the trades. Do they know about Zombs? Mystic does. And now Sick is going to be hit. Mystic pulling out the Seekers. He's got the place of a Magnum. Swings. And it's a win. Keeps this one for another round. A chance at an overtime.
If you even guessed once that Magnum wasn't one of the people keeping Fnatic in this game, there it is. Proof. Right on the screen as he finishes off a round to keep Fnatic 1 point away from overtime in the grand finals with the most.
Skornya dari tadi gini-gini mulu ya, gua perhatiin ya. Udah tiga map gini semua. Skornya.
And one of those qualities people saw in the team coming through is what made Fnatic so strong. They can get through a lot, even with their fundamentals being amazing. When they're called upon, they can do it.
This buy though from Sentinels is a bit scary because it seems like it's desperate, but in the desperation, you can get the chaos, and Fnatic are going to put the chaos on. Oh my god! An absolute beast.
Oke guys, OT lagi ya di sini guys sepertinya.
And it's going to be tens here now that we're following, trying to find something on the flank. You know, if there's someone up here, we've got
Lagi baca
Boast
doa.
in the window. He'll get caught. Shazam's creeping forward as well. Oh, we finally time start.
Oke, winnable. 3 versus 3, winnable.
Don't was close, they don't know.
Oh my god, get flash! The team flash!
Oh no!
Flash. Magnum's in the smoke here, 10
Oh my god!
Magnum's got
Sentinel!
like this! They're gonna get the defuse!
GG.
Sentinels are the Masters 2 Reykjavik champions! And they do it
GG Sentinel guys. GG Sentinel.
They have made history here, Rip.
Menangnya gitu amat dah anjing.
Global champions in Valorant history.
City champion. Pusing Fnatic, cok.
Stunned Fnatic. Played so well throughout everything coming in as such a
pertama
strong
kali ya
team.
guys ya land Valorant dimenangin oleh
That
Sentinel.
continue to go the distance with overtime. A 3-0 still as we said
Congrats
before
Sentinel
Fnatic. And we can
3-0.
see they know how good they are. Still smiles on their faces. They're going to come back stronger. But it's the team on your screen right now from North America, Sentinels, as you said, Dan, grabbing the Masters Reykjavik Championship for Valorant. 1 year later, this is the team that's setting the pace.
And there can't be a single question anymore about the best team, the best region. The Sentinels have won this tournament. They've represented North America here. And I think it's fair to say, you know, they are the best team in the world. Finally, conclusively, definitively, we can state this. As we've now concluded our first episode. It's amazing if we consider the history, over the last year, the hype, and how much discussion has gone back and forth, how much theory crafting has gone on over the various
Ini gara-gara satu orang baca doa tuh.
discussing Valorant esports. Finally, we have some answers here, Riv.
What a game from this team. Tens gets to play on land, having a great time for himself. Sentinels come up so strong throughout the tournament. And like you said, without dropping a map, they're able to come in and make this happen. And no doubters anymore that Sentinels can
Anjir pening liatnya baru download follow 2 hari lalu. By the way, buat apa kalau udah dapet? Itu kalau lu bunuh 5 orang.
Because I really feel like Fnatic played an incredible game of Valorant here. At this tournament, they played so very well. And against Sentinels, they played so very well. But there is just this element, this X factor that exists with the players on Sentinels that just
Sentinel too strong ya guys
always
ya.
makes it feel like it's possible. Stuff like we're seeing right there from Tens. Every single player delivers so much in the key moments that you just always have something. You always have a play. You always have a chance with this team, no matter the situation.
Great communication from map to map. In this series, there wasn't a lot of combo utility usage. A lot of the set plays were done with bodies. A lot of things were brought forward with power and numbers and kind of trying to find the precedent of your opponent. Sentinels as well. The first bloods coming out of Tens, the ability to take Fnatic down a member is always going to make it hard.
Anjing headsetnya dibanting, cok.
Yes, it's so crazy to think that we've come all this way and this is the moment that we.
Ini kau udah mau bye semua. Iya, thank you.
Sentinel.
Yeay. Ya, temannya nggak dikasih angkat, cok. GG ya guys ya, terima kasih udah nobar. Gua udah dulu live-nya, gua udah
the world's
juga terima
best.
kasih yang
And
udah
they did it
nemenin.
in undefeated fashion.
See you
Taking
tomorrow
down
guys, gue bakal
every
live
other region
streaming
at the tournament without
besok,
dropping a map.
tapi nggak tahu jam berapa, jadi see you tomorrow.
I'm coming to you
Thank
first
you guys,
on
bye
my right,
bye.
my